Sasa haya. Swali la kwanza ambao mnatakiwa kuna kama watu wako serious na kuhusu. Swali la kwanza ambao anajua mchambuana mwenyewe mpatana. Haya mfano Simba, haya mfano Yanga. Kwa sababu wale ambao ni mfano Simba mjua ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Wale ambao ni mfano Yanga mjua ni Mwenyezi Mungu. Kwa hiyo leo nijua nani alitumia katika Yanga. Kwa hiyo wewe kwenye wewe fanya na shida gani? Kama fanya Simba, kama fanya hii ndio kubwa bwana. Bro, unasema sana. Asa kama hii ndio sawa. Sawa. Wewe ndio problem. Ndio sio kule. Chapter vipi swala dakika moja tu. Sema mimi ni Yanga. Mimi ni Yanga. Ungesema mimi ni Simba. Anga jana ulikuwa unashiba hapa. Sawa. Umechelewa. Sawa. Haya. Kwa hiyo kuna wengine mwape goli, lazima wape goli. Yana goli. Tunaendelea. Sawa, ndio. Tuko fresh. I like listening to music. I like watching movies. Yaani kuna mmoja anapenda kusikiliza muziki, kuna mwingine anapenda kuangalia movies au unapenda zote. It's fine. Yeah. So I prefer Instagram. I prefer Twitter/Instagram. Or what? Kuna mwingine anaprefer Instagram, kuna mwingine anaprefer, kuna watu Twitter lakini kuna mwingine Instagram lakini Twitter maisha tayari kuna watu kushona kwa ndio mwendeleo kwa kuongea. Esensial ni kuongea na kuchana mawazo kaza. Hi, what is that? Hi. I have 5 years of experience in, in AI, whatever, tech experience. Na miaka 5 in tech experience, in tech farming, in the community and technology. And then mwingine, I have less than a year of experience in tech community. I have this and my experience. The experience ya miaka 5 na zaidi kwenye tech community. alafu na experience ya chini ya miaka 5 kwenye tech community. Azungumze. Huyo mtaka kwa Yanga lini? Next question. I have once failed in my life. Inshallah, it's failed in my life. Kulikuwa na project nataka kuianzisha kafeli sio? Kaenda kwa mwingine sio? Nitashangaa mtu atasema kwenye sasa umesoma zote. Nitashangaa. Inawezekana. Kama sasa haijawahi kufeli tuambie sasa kama nimefeli tuambie learning na learning kama wewe kama project yani tuambie pia wewe tunaga nini tuambie sawa so kwenye kama wewe kuna project kama wewe kuna project sasa sipanga kwa nini sawa ya sio lazima wewe project hata kama ni masomo hata kama ni only 2 people to share what was the learnings from your friends. But if you want to talk about that, apply yes. Sasa toka Instagram toka Instagram kwa mia kwa sababu Sawa. Kwa hiyo tuambie tumoja tutaniposposti kadhaa kusoma. Sawa. Sawa, asante sana hapo nipigie Mungu. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. And today is day 3, as I said, and those who are online, I hope you can hear me. Mr. Joshua, Dr. Joshua, you can also hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. We have people who are online also from different areas around Tanzania, but also huge congregation of people are here also from D-Lab in Dar es Salaam. We are here waiting for your presentation and would love to welcome you for a round of applause, please, for Mr. A round of applause, please. Yes, so Joshua, you're welcome, and I would like to officially hand over the microphone. Welcome.
All right, thank you very much. So yes, as I've been introduced, so I'm Dr. Joshua Chifua Momera. I go by the name Chifua mostly these days. So Chifua is the vendor name. That means gift. So I am from South Africa. So I finished my PhD in artificial intelligence around 2021. Just to give a brief background of who I am. So I've been working in the AI space for the past 12 years, both in academia and industry. I've gotten a master's in AI back in 2011. That's when I started, and I finished it in 2013, and then I applied it within the industry here in South Africa. And then I also had the opportunity to go on and study economics in Japan, because I believe that I wanted to combine the world of economics and AI ultimately. And we can then see as we go through the presentation how that came to be and how that came to inspire what ultimately became my PhD. So to get started, I'll first maybe just introduce something which is to bring back to the audience as well, and everyone who might be wondering what exactly is happening within the AI space and where does it come from and all those kind of things. So I'll just try to bring you back to some of the things that we've always been doing, even in the hardware engineering, before we even had the concept of software engineering before. Something called biomimicry that we've been doing in the hardware engineering space. For example, in here, what you can see is one of the first versions of the bullet train in Japan, which was modeled. The engineer who modeled it after observing the kingfisher bird, how the kingfisher bird goes and looks for food in the ocean, how when it dips within the water, he looked at the shape of the aerodynamic, and then he measured the design of the train to follow that, so that the bullet train can pierce through a whole lot of air forces that are against it from moving at that faster speed. And that was the breakthrough. And ever since then, we've seen many nose-shaped vehicles especially when you want them to be able to go through into a space in a faster rate. So when that being said, we'll come back now to the world of artificial intelligence. So if you want to look again in the artificial intelligence space, if you look at all the machine learning algorithms that you're dealing with, they have one thing in common. That one thing being that there's an objective function which is being optimized. So that means that at the core of artificial intelligence, what you have is you have this whole big thing about optimization. So in that optimization, what we are concerned about is we're concerned of saying, yes, you can find a solution, but is this solution optimal? Does this solution benefit both parties? Is this solution the best that you can possibly find? And that is where now we then go on within optimization, and we classify it into two different kind of of algorithms, where we have heuristic, and then we have meta-heuristic. So heuristic are usually the ones that they usually get stuck. They're mostly deterministic processes, and they usually get stuck within the local optima at some of the times. I'll show as we go along what we mean by being stuck in the local optima. And then when we have meta-heuristic have got so much flexibility that can allow us to understand the environment without us needing to know what the function behind the system that we're trying to optimize really looks like. And in recent years, most of these meta-heuristic algorithms, which will be the focus of today's talk, had been developed, and the most common one that people know is the genetic algorithms, because that was one of the very first multi-agent based optimization algorithms that were developed in the meta-heuristic environment, and have shown, and they still show how the robustness even today in most of the applications. And then you have things like such as end colony. So there's something interesting about end colony and what we're going to be showing today, because end colony, interesting thing enough, was that it was developed after the person who developed it, I forgot his name for the life of me right now, but it was not Holland. Holland is the one who developed genetic algorithms. I forgot the name of the guy who did the ant colony. So he did the ant colony after he observed a paper that was written by one South African guy who was observing the ants in the ant hill. And then he wrote a paper about it called The White Soul of Ants. And then that paper was then converted, some guy, so it was written in Afrikaans, and then some guys in Germany stole the paper. Then South Africa actually just won back the rights for that paper and gotten that guy from Germany to be dismissed from the academic space because he had stolen the paper. So the person who read that paper then went on and converted that paper into an algorithm. So we will see as we go how we then take most of the nature-inspired things and then represent them mathematically. And this is something which, if some other time we have time for it, we can talk about it. In fact, if you want to go on and read more about it, you can go check out a field called ethnomathematics, which looks at how most of the mathematics, even across the continent here in Africa, how most of the things in nature were actually ultimately inspired mathematics. The questions as to how, when you count numbers in different languages, how you count numbers in a certain way, and when you count them in English, they're in a certain way. But that's a topic for some other time that we can dig deeper into. So I mentioned a question earlier on in here when we talked about the local optima and the global optima solutions, right? So this is what it means. From example, when we're just showing from the value of this diagram here, you can see in here that the moment you are in here, in your algorithm, when you're trying to optimize, when you try to find the parameters that can best generalize your solution, you can possibly easily get stuck here because it thinks that it has reached a point where you cannot go beyond anymore. But now the problem is that in this space, you're now in the local minima. It does not generalize everything that is represented within your search space. The same thing happens there. But if you are here, you are able to generalize even this one and this one here. So what this means, so what happens in most situations for reason to end up in any of these situations here is because, imagine, think of it in this way: whenever you're trying, you are training your models in machine learning, you usually start at a random space. And whatever random space you're starting in, so let's say now right now this one here gave you the coordinates of 5 and minus 0.6. So which means that you were starting here. and this is where your learning rate had landed you. So if you were to calculate when you're moving up here, you say, hey, I'm moving too far ahead. If you're moving here, you say, hey, I'm moving too far back. So it means that somewhere along here, that's where my solution is. Whereas that is not actually the case, right? Because you still have not explored the space that is in here. And that is where meta heuristic will come into play to help you with. Because in meta heuristic, what you end up doing is you end up you end up having many agents, if you may call them that. So you have many agents in your population where the other one has the point here, the other one has a 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 point here. So they are well represented within your search space. And then you look at which one is performing better. So you'll see that, oh, okay, the one that was here is the one that is performing better. So which means that my solution might need to move from here, and everyone might need to come and explore and do more exploitation in here in this space, because we have explored and we have seen that there's nothing better than in this particular valley here. So let us come and play in this valley. So we will show how we go on and do that in the case of in the case of our algorithm that we developed. But now, before that, let's just talk about how most the common characteristics of most of these meta-heuristic algorithms. As I said, they have many agents in the population, which we then call many agents, which we then call the population, who we then put out there to say, go search for the space. So think of it as a scavenger hunt exercise where we have lots of people, instead of having one person to look for a solution, which is what your gradient descendant will normally have, is just one person to go look for the solution. In this situation, we're saying, like, you know what, let us have everyone in the community go look for the solution. Let us have everyone in the community go hunt and go tell us where the best food places is. That's how the ants actually even operate. I will show some examples as we go. And then you go, and then these agents, but the traditional meta-heuristic algorithms do not really allow for these agents to communicate fully, to say, oh, this is where I am, this is what I'm doing, but it just finds a way to observe the environment and say, this is where the best solution could possibly be. So because of that, some of the agents, there's information asymmetry, because you don't really know what some of the agents really represent. You might have me within your community, but you don't know where my interest is within the community. Let's say, for example, I'm coming in to Tanzania and I'm from South Africa. We're looking for, let's say we do a search and say we're looking for gold. You don't know whether there's an information is asymmetry, because you don't know whether I'm presenting my community or I'm presenting your community fully. So there is that problem. And then there's also a problem of free riders. Free riders is the case where when others are busy looking, I'm busy relaxing under the tree, holding my hand, having my drink. I'll probably just go on and sit there by Zanzibar, enjoy basking in the sun while others work. And then when others find the solution, I come and say, hey, listen, we work together, so I need to get something. So those are some of the things that we find within the meta-heuristic or algorithms. And also the other thing is that you always observe your own solution. You don't care about what is currently happening with the other people in the other spaces and all that. And that's something that when we show our algorithm, we'll show how we go on and look and try to make changes to that. So in here, this is the algorithm. This is the formula that is which we then use to update your position. So, for example, you have been here, you have been in all the spaces here, but now we need to go on and say, how do we then best update your space from being in here to moving here? Because we can see that the best one that we've had so far was situated here. So we want all the agents to try to converge towards here. And this is the formula which is at the core of meta-heuristic algorithms, which basically says we look for your position at time t, then we move you to look at what was your best position before. What was your best position in this time t in relation to where you are? And then we look at, say, who here within the community. So I'm pretty much here, right? And then my best position last time here. So it's looking and say, okay, so if I'm here and the best position that I've had was here, but then there's a person whose best position was here. So that is where now we're talking about the global best. Who is the person who had the best position? And then you move them to that position. And then that's where now we then update what your position should look like. And then these beta values here are the ones that they are updated. They are assigned based on the algorithm that you're working on. So most of these different algorithms, their challenge is on how they calculate these beta values. As we indicated here, what the local best is and what the global best is. So if we were to look at it from a visualization perspective, it's something similar to this, right? If you and our interest here is with agent A, and the best position that we know is here, and this star is the sweet spot. This is the spot that we're looking for. This is where the treasure that we're looking for resides. So here I am. I was sitting here in my best position, and then I'll look at that and say, okay, so if this is my best position where I was, and also looking at where the best position of the best performing candidate is, this is where then I will then move in the block in relation to where I should be, and then you can see that's where I then move to. And then as the iterations go, you can see again, sometimes it diverges, and then ultimately it will converge, and you find myself being in there. And we will show that as we show some of the examples. So, I mean, I mentioned, for example, things such as genetic algorithms. This is a classical example of how genetic algorithms would actually look like. So a genetic algorithm works the same way that our genetic systems work. It takes in the genes from the mother and takes in the genes from the father and cross them over and makes a new child, new child. And this is what we then call the offspring. And the one that survives goes into the next phase and becomes the parent, just like that, and keeping in the number of the agents in the population. So if we're working with 100, so it means that the moment we will, the ones that do not survive will be taken down. If these two children are surviving and are giving better solution than their parents will be cast out of the system. So genetic algorithm uses something called survival of the fittest in order for it to see how to give the best results. So it does that by employing something called crossover and also something called imputation. So in the imputation stage, that's when the mutation stage rather, that's when now we just randomly introduce so for example, you just go on and say, oh, okay, so now that I've got this, I'm just going to call this one and call it a 0, just so that you can create robustness within your solution, that your solution does not seem like it's very much programmed in that particular way without some randomness in it. Because you want to create randomness within your environment so that if there's any changes that are happening, you know it will not suffer from adapting. Oh yes, so the person who developed the ant was called Marco Dorigo. So this is the ant colony optimization algorithm. So what ants do is that when ants are moving, they don't just move randomly. They've got something called a pheromone, which they emit every time they're passing, they're walking. If you want to see this pheromone, you can see it if you have ever observed snails, especially those black snails that usually walk without the shells. You'll see that they leave a silver layer across the path. So the ants also produce the same thing. So when ants go on and find where the food is, they found where food is, and then they go back to their nest. And when they're going back to the nest, they're leaving this pheromone, and then the next ants that are coming, they smell on the road to say which one is the strongest pheromone. And then you realize like, oh, the strongest one is here. So which means that in here, this is the shortest path for us to go get food. And then that's when now ultimately at the end of the day, when you're observing how ants are moving, you start observing that they've all converged into one path. So there's ants that are moving in one direction, and then there's ants that are moving in the next direction. And sometimes when they're passing, if you have ever observed ants, you will see when they're passing, when they meet each other, it's as if they're kissing each other, but that's because they're passing each other information about the strongness of the pheromone as to where was the strongest pheromone and how to get back to their nest. And that is how ants then do it. Then there's also another one, the moth flame. The moth flame, we've almost probably observed it. If we have a light in the house outside and it's dark, you can see flies coming around or moths coming around the light. They're being attracted by the light. And with the moth, in here they're showing how the moth actually even go on even around the moon itself. And in here, when they're showing if you have a candle outside, how the moth will be moving in the circular fashion. So moth they always move in an angular direction. They will not move in any direction that is not in angular, and they will always be spiral towards getting to the source. And that's when from there people went on and studied that, and then took that and converted that mathematically to form an algorithm which is then used to optimize. So you may ask yourself a question before we even get to the ones that we're going to talk about now, to say, but what exactly do these algorithms solve? If you were to go on to your neural networks, for example, because I believe most of you guys play around in the deep learning space, you realize that you have lots of parameters. You have billions of parameters. And in there, you're using stochastic gradient descendant methods to look for the solution. In most cases, what other people then do is they use these meta-heuristic algorithms, like genetic algorithms, to search the space faster, because these algorithms can search the space faster and converge faster than most of the stochastic gradient methods. In order for, and then you can use the space that the results that you find from these to then exploit your parameters that were found using the stochastic gradient method, because that way you would have escaped the local minima, and now you are just going to say, okay, so if these are the parameters for all my parameters, now let me use the stochastic gradient to go deeper. Like if you were to look back to this example that I gave, right? That's why most of the times when you're training your neural network, you find that sometimes you're getting good results, sometimes you're getting bad results, sometimes you're getting the best, like the ultimate best results. So what you'll be doing with meta-heuristic, you're basically saying, I'm casting all the different possible hyperparameters. So tell me what are the parameters that I should be looking into, and then using the stochastic gradient methods, the SDGs, to now go on and focus specifically on there. So you are now exploring to say, you are now exploiting those hyperparameters that you found. So without even going into much deeper further back into those other ones, now let's talk about the work that we're trying to introduce here. So in here, so we sat down, we realized that, one of the things that is happening is that there's no proper representation of the African philosophies in economics and also within the AI space, and also mainly looking at it from a rational perspective. What we mean by that is that in the rational space, in the AI space and economic space, we have an assumption that an agent is rational, and the rationality that we define is that an agent will always be self-interested. But we look back and we say, like, no, but this is not the case of how we grew up with our values within the African context. We grew up knowing that if I ate and my neighbor did not eat, then I have not done it, I've not made it, right? And you'd also look again at it from a more realistic perspective and say, but no, but that cannot be the case, because if you are saying that an agent is self-interested by maximizing their own profit, then it means that a mother must eat before the child eats, and that is not the case, right? And then that's when now we realize that no, man, the philosophies that we have in Africa, which you see in the next slides. In this case, we then use the word because then it also cuts across all the different communities that are in the Bantu communities. So what we then see is that when we studied further, we realized that no, Ubuntu can actually be divided into 4 core values, which is morality, that deals with trust and credibility. Then you have interdependency, that deals with sharing and caring. Then you have humanity, that has hospitality, generosity, and the virtues. And then you have continuous improvement, which is now where you passing the knowledge to the next one as you progress within society. So in our case, we only focus mainly on trying to model these first three, which is morality, interdependency, and humanity. You can appreciate that modeling the continuous improvement, the wisdom component, was a bit challenging. Hence, we then said, like, you know what, we'll put that aside for now. But then you have a problem again to say, like, but there could be free riders. And that is the one thing that people then talk about when they say, if you are in the Ubuntu society, you then have a problem of others just sitting down and relaxing, knowing that others are going to work. So we employed something called mechanism design. So mechanism design has something called the truth implementation, which when you put the truth implementation within your design, it comes and helps you enforce that everyone should reveal where they stand within the community, and then you eliminate any possibilities of free riders from your problem. And also, one of the things that the whole premise of a self-interested agent does not work in, and it has been getting economics and game theories heads going crazy, is in a problem called the prisoner's dilemma game, where the best solution for some reason is if everybody confesses and basically betray each other, whereas and then they spend 5 years in jail. Whereas if they both don't confess, they spend 2 years and only 2 years in jail. But for some reason, the best option that you can find mathematically is when both parties confess. But we're not going to get deeper into that. Please go read on Prisoner's Dilemma on your own, right? So as I mentioned, we were then inspired, and then that's when now we gave our algorithm a vendor name. As I'm indicated, I'm from the vendor ethnic group in South Africa. In South Africa, we have 12 official languages, and Chivenda is one of them, who the vendor people from the north of Limpopo. An interesting thing, just to also give you guys, since I'm also talking to the guys from Tanzania here, to give you more context as to where the vendors are. So in vendor, interestingly enough, we have a clan and also an area called Makonde. And I believe that in Tanzania, there's also the Makonde people, and also they have got something called Makonde art. And Makonde art actually looks very much similar to the vendor art. And some of the words in Makonde, you guys, you say ukongonyara, meaning crooked, and that is exactly the same word that we use when we say something is crooked. So that is the language that we come from, and that's the culture that we then think. So to show you, to put what Ulimisana is in perspective, it basically is the whole idea that you get together, you plow one person's land, you then move to go plow the next person's land, you then move to go plow the next person's land, and within a week, before you know it, you've done all 10 different families' lands in that space of time. And also that what that helps with as well is that you find that there are families that might not even, it's in this household is mainly older people like grandparents. So while grandparents are busy preparing food for us who are still able to go to the field and cook and plow, everyone in the community is playing a particular role. So we ensure that there is continuity through systems like that. So this word Ulimisana has different words in it in different languages, and the principle here is similar to what you had in Tanzania with Ujama, and what we have in Kenya with Harambe. So, and in South Africa, one of the most common ones that you people will relate to is something called stokvel, where people get it's micro. In I believe in East Africa, you then call it microfinancing, where people get together, put in money together, and then they this month they give it to this person, and then they continue paying, and then the next month they give it to the next person. And in South Africa, people have been using that as for the longest time. Some have used it to even take kids to school. Some have even used that to start businesses. And right speak, some people are actually using that in property investments, and it's making them lots of money. So without even getting much deeper in thing, so what we then did was, when you're looking at the core values that we have, as we said, we're going to look at some of the few core values. So when you're looking at the interdependency and the humanity, we then realized that what we can actually do now is we can actually go on and put this in an algorithm, in a mathematical form, where we are saying whatever that you get as a profit for yourself, you can then take it to the next into the next iteration and use that to reward you. But how that works is that in here, you then go on and identify that within every family household, or within each family household, you are going to have people who are providers, and you're going to have people who are dependents. So we just go on and define some criteria to say this is a person who's a dependent, this is a person who's a provider, and then this is how you're going to find the cumulative value of each family's payoff at that particular iteration, to say, oh, okay, so this family, they have providers, and then they have dependents, and then these providers, you then multiply the cumulative amount based on some weighted form. So you can decide what you want that weighted form to be. And then after that, you go on now, you say, but I want to see which families are wealthy. And then you then go on and define what you consider to be the minimum threshold for a wealthy family and the minimum threshold for a poor family. You then use that to define the progression of the community, because every community's progress is dependent on the combination of its wealthy people and its poor people. And then when you're done with that, you move to the next iteration. When you get to the next iteration, you say, I want to know how much different was this time's profit compared to last time's profit, and then you calculate it based on that, and then you go again, you do it for the family updates, and then you go again and do for the individual updates, right? And then one other thing as well, you move into the trustworthiness metrics, and you calculate how much it is that I trust you as a person and as a family. And what we then use there, for example, is we then go on and say, we need to know who our advisors are. So there are proverbs in Africa that says that who is yours will bite you in the ear, meaning that they will advise you. So if I want to know, can I trust you? I have to go on and ask other people who I know within the community to say, can I trust this person? And then we use that as a way of me calculating my final value of trustworthiness. This concept, if for those of you who play around with attention, this concept plays around the same thing with attention mechanism, but we then take it to a step further, because now you take in the trust element, not just the fact that we are within the neighborhood. So because you could be within the neighborhood, but not necessarily trustworthy. And then our algorithm that we then use to update looks something like this. So and then here, this is, so I'm going to try to just skip through it a bit more faster. And then here, this is the pseudocode of our algorithm, how our algorithm then works, the things that I was explaining now, on how we then update the position for each and every individual after the payoffs for the individual, after the payoffs for the family, and after the payoffs of the community. Then this were the test functions that we tested it against, and then this were some of the results, how you can how they look like. So if you were to look here, for example, when you're trying to solve this particular problem, where the best the best position was found whenever our X positions were around here, and then that's when now you get the results of like you get your payoff to be at 0. And this is where, when we started initially, everyone was randomly placed within the if you were to look at them from a family perspective. So you can see that everyone was placed, but towards the end, everyone had converged towards the optimal solution. And if we were to look at them without looking at the family positions, you're looking at everyone in the community as to how they were placed within the search space. This is where they all were. And then towards the end, and in this case, we used about 300 iterations. So after 300 iterations, they've all converged into one space. All these ones, ultimately they move into the same space. And then that is how we then see that our algorithm has been performing well. And then one of the interesting things that we saw as well was that when you play around with the trust threshold, when you play around with how people trust each other within the community, you start seeing that results starting getting bad if there's no trust within the community. And then that also confirmed that yes, this algorithm, it is following the Ubuntu principles, where if people don't trust you within the community, there will not be any advancement within that particular community. So yeah, that is all that I had to talk about here today. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Joshua, and I think it was a bit of a session, right? Yeah, so for those who got something from the session, I think is very nice, but it was more of optimization. I'm hearing things on trust issues, so I don't know if we can use the proposed methods from Joshua's research to solve some community issues related to the case which he was talking about. So I would like to hear from you, people online, if we have questions or maybe addition or anything else to ask Mr. Joshua. Yes, Davis, welcome.
Okay, my name is David. Thanks so much for the nice presentation. I'm interested to know about how this algorithm was able to improve the performance of machine learning models. This is the area that I'm much interested in. Practice some of the other methods and algorithms, but maybe you can share something on this algorithm to improve the performance of the models. The second question, maybe is there a viable package for us to try to implement this algorithm? Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Davis. I think if you, I'm going to repeat the questions so that you can get them well. The first question is on if the algorithm you developed improved the performance of machine learning algorithms. That's the first question. And the second one is if there are packages or like the implementation or libraries which are implementing the algorithms developed. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so for the first question, so our second paper, we then worked into that to show the improvement of the deep learning frameworks when you're using our algorithm. We showed that we found by chance, if I were to be honest with you, that when you use this algorithm to optimize the hyperparameters of your neural network, when you are using federated learning, you can solve some of the machine learning unfairness problems. That was a very interesting finding that we had, and we are yet to go on and explore it even further. And with relation to the second one, I don't know if you can see, and maybe if you can share the message with the rest of the guys. I shared the GitHub to the code that we for the development of these. So you'll note when you're going through the code that most of the things we deliberately do not use NumPy style. We used the pandas data frame style because we're using this mainly for experimental purposes. So we want to be able to store almost every important point. So you can go on and change it and use it and use the NumPy instead of using the data frame, the pandas data frames, if you may want to use it that way.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for the responses. I think I've got the link here to the repository. I'll just share it. Any other question? Yeah, so from online, if we can hear from you.
Yeah, and also maybe like another thing just to add to the person who was asking about the repo. So if you find anything and you see that something could have been oversight here and whatnot, please don't hesitate. This is a work in progress thing, and as it says, it's an Ubuntu base, so it means that it's a community base. Let us contribute into making it much better if you see any ways of improvement, even in the way that the code style is written. If you can make any improvements and we can ultimately put it in a package, we'll be more excited and happy about it.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Joshua, and we appreciate for your time and for being with us. Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much again. So yes, I hope it was very interesting session, and tutaenda very quick onto next session. Mimi na uhakika tulikuwa tunasikiza vizuri, si ndio? Na tulikuwa tunaelewa. Niulize swali moja. Niulize. Afu nikiuliza namtaja mtu jina. Yaani nakutaja afu ujibu swali. Nianze. Sawa, asante sana. Watu wetu online bado mpo? Sawa. So, Zefu, umechukua ajenda zangu? Yes. So tunaenda kwa the next session about automating programming. And onto this session, ningependa nikaribishe GitHub Campus experts. Nani yupo? Sijajua. Basi atajoin soon. Wakati tunaendelea kurekebisha. Mimi nilikuwa niko kwa hapo, baadaye nikaja kwa hapa kusikiliza ila wakati nimekuja kwa hapa nikachungulia hivi, watu walikuwa kwa very attentive, very busy, lakini kuna baadhi ambao walikuwa wametafuta some extra work. Unajua, ukishaona kuna mtu anafundisha alafu kuna mwingine ameshika simu, tayari umesha lose concentration, si ndio? So it's either huyu mtu, kuna mawili, anaijua topic vizuri, manake ni expert, ila kuna hii nyingine, huyu mtu, wengine tuko tunaitafuta Morogoro, yeye ndo ameamka asubuhi anapiga mswaki. Kwa hiyo tumeshamwacha. Lakini the main idea pia, nadhani kwa wale ambao bado hawajakaa mji mkuu, bado tu mwanga, sio lazima uelewe sana, kwa sababu ni ngumu kuelewa hatua. Yani hapa trust me, hata kama tungeweka session ya kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni, huyu bwana aongee achambue kwa ile language ya kawaida ya sisi, ungetoka hapo ukafika nyumbani ukaoga ukalala. Kwa hiyo sasa it takes time, ndio maana nikasema earlier today on purpose kabisa, nikasema highlight vitu ambavyo unataka kuimprove kuwa better zaidi. Uwezi ukajua kila kitu at once, yani haiwezi kawa hivyo. So slowly, baada ya hapa, jua nini unataka, zungumza na vijana wenzetu hapa na some of the people, the connection tutakazokuwa umetengeneza kwa ajili ya kuwa better. Sawa. So kuna adjustment kidogo hapa ya session. Session itakayofuata itakuwa ni LLMs find turning and RIG, ambayo itaitoa na atakayefacilitate ni Zefania. So today tutakuwa pia na watu ambao watakao present some of the solutions ambazo wame innovate. Tuna expect kuwa na watu kutoka shule yetu, watu kutoka Kibuti Group AI, au watu ambao wametumia AI bring up some solutions in the community. So watakuja, watashare, watapresent projects zao na solutions ambazo wao wameshafanya na kuimplement to the community. So tutaona some living example ya fellow young people, lakini pia other people around the community of Tanzania wakiwa wanafanya some development and some good move using artificial intelligence. Hii na sisi ikawe chachu, na sisi tunatoka twende tukawe na wakati mzuri. So Zefania, karibu sana for the next session.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Richard. I'm back again. Japo kama tumeshachoka tayari. Tuko vizuri au tusimame kidogo to stretch? Yeah, so I'm going to talk a bit about generative AI. So for those who are following trends about AI, is one of the hottest topic currently. So I thought like it's going to be a very good chance to talk about it. Yeah, so welcome again. My name is Zephania Ruben. Kwa wale ambao hawakuwepo siku zilizopita nyuma, and nitaongea kuhusu large language models, generative AI na retrieval augmented generation, and nitaongea mambo machache kuhusu namna gani tunaweza tuka adopt these state of AI architectures kwenye local use cases. So tutafanya kama ifuatavyo. Yeah, so hizi ni some of the common use cases za large language models, na nadhani tutaongea large language models ni vitu gani, lakini they can be used for text summarization, translation, creating chatbots, information retrieval, code generation, and question answering. So these are some of the common use cases that large language models. So kutoka kwenye use case kama hiyo, sasa large language models ni nini au ni kitu gani? Simply, large language models are just machine learning models ambazo zimekuwa built on kama zilivyosema large, on large amount of data and high computational architectures or high power of computational architectures. Kwa maana yake ni kwamba large iko defined in those two aspects, amount of data zilizotumika, lakini pia amount of computational resources ambazo zimetumika, ambapo kwa kutumia large amount of data zinatupatia size ya hizo large language model. So the common large language model ambao ni that one, you can kama the first one inaitwa BERT, ambayo ni large language model ambayo ilikuwa released nadhani 2018. Kuna vitu hapo baada ya kuwa kumetokea breakthrough ya kuwa published kwa one of the most powerful architecture, the transformer architecture, ilitengenezwa large language model ambayo inaitwa BERT, ambayo ilikuwa na parameters milioni 110. Sasa parameters tunaweza for those who are new in AI, we can think of parameters as knowledge memory, like the place where we store the knowledge which a specific machine learning model has got from the large amount of data. So tunaweza kusema kwamba hii ni size ya ile knowledge base yake. Hiyo ni simple way to understand the concept of parameters, though in actual sense it's just certain integers ambazo zimestore the relationship between words and patterns in data. Now ile kule ni Bloom ambayo ilikuwa released nadhani last year mwanzoni, ilikuwa na parameters billion 176. So that's very large model, na ina very large knowledge base kwa maana ya data ambazo ilikuwa trained on na vitu vingi na vitu vingine. Kwa hiyo compare hizi language models mbili, utaona that's very big na inaweza ikafanya many tasks compared to BERT ambayo mostly mwanzoni ilikuwa inatumika kwa kufanya sentiment analysis. Nadhani Brother Davis jana alitupitisha kwenye sentiment analysis, so ilikuwa inaweza kufanya vitu kama sentiment analysis na vitu vingine vingi. Sasa kwa nini ninaongelea concept nitaongea concept ya large language models? Cha kwanza, kabla ya kutengeneza au kuwa na large language model, kuna kitu kinafanyika ambacho kinaitwa pre-training. So pre-training ni step ambayo tunakuwa na computational resources, tunakuwa na data like a large amount of text data ambazo zinaweza kuwa ni books, articles and different text data ambazo zinakuwa mined either kwenye internet au from books and different online article stores, zinawekwa pamoja na zinakuwa processed. Then we take all those data, we train the data algorithm to understand commonly ni vitu viwili. Cha kwanza inaitwa ni next token prediction or next word prediction, na cha pili ni language modeling with masking. Ongelea sana hizo term mbili, mimi nitaendelea na if you're interested you can look on those two approaches ambazo zinatumika ku pre-train these large language model ambao ni next word prediction, lakini pia language modeling with masking. So hivyo. So what it takes to pre-train a large language model, like ukawa na large language model, for instance, ChatGPT is a large language model. So what does it take to train something like that? That's what I'm going to talk about. These are the three fundamental things which we actually need to pre-train a large language model. The first thing is people. Like we need skilled people, talented people, quality people, like those who are skilled to program to program or to write the algorithms and the codes and all other things which are related to machine learning algorithm and architectures. But most important thing, we need data, and then we need computational resources. So we can people have written talents and levelers. So there is certain level when you are pre-training large language model, you need to force them to understand human values. For instance, you'll be having conversation with ChatGPT and it has that human-like responses. There is a certain way to force it to behave that way. And to do so, you need labelers. People are going to tell it like, this is what human need, this is not the thing human needs. So I'll talk about it, I think, some few times. So to give you insight of why computational resources is very crucial thing, I said, let's consider parameters a memory to store knowledge. So to store one parameter, you need 4 bytes, which is like the full precision. So for those who have background in computer architecture, I think I'm not that expert, but I just try to make it very simple. So which needs like 32 bits to store that knowledge. Let's say a single knowledge has to be stored by 4 bytes. And when you store 1 billion parameter, remember Bloom has 176 billion parameters. And to store 1 billion parameter, you need 4 gigabytes. And then you can ask yourself, what is the storage or the memory? I'm talking about the RAM of your computer. So you can you can start to think from that time, and then think of 175 B parameters. Like you need 14,000 gigabytes to store 14,000 parameters. So, and that's just parameter. And the parameters, for those who followed up my last session, when I was talking about deep learning, I mentioned weight and biases. So those are the parameters, actually, what I'm trying to mean. But there are other things which has to be stored also in memory. And we have model parameters, which I talked about them, but we have gradients. So when you are trying to train these large language models or any deep learning algorithm, you'll be calculating gradient. I talked about calculus yesterday. So you'll be in need of storing the variables and all that, but you need also to store optimizers. So I talked about optimizers yesterday, and that was gradient descent. For those who followed up yesterday, I highlighted some of the variants of optimizers, but you need to have also temporal memory or temporal memory to store other things in case it is needed. So you can think of this. Most of us here, maybe our computers just use normal CPU with either 4 GB RAM or 8 to 16, let's say. But when you take one single GPU, it has 8 GB RAM. But you need to store 1 I mean, for 14,000, you need that storage, and single GPU has that storage. Then you can multiply and try, like you can divide and see how many GPU you need to, let's say, to train that broom, right? So then think of GPT-4. Though the information about the GPT-4 are not disclosed, but I found this information, I'm not sure if it is correct, but it has 1.760 trillion parameters. So just think, if you want to train something like GPT-4, how much computation power do you need to do it? And you can find the information on that link, thedecoder.com. I think there is that information. So ukija kwenye mazingira yetu ya kawaida, it's very hard kufanya hicho kitu, like you could train GPT-4 from scratch. So let's get data, computation resources, tupate watu ambao wako skilled to train kitu kama hicho. Instead sasa tunajaribu kutafuta namna ya kuadapt au kuangalia namna gani tunaweza tuka simplify kutumia teknolojia kama hiyo. Na kwa kufanya hivyo tuna hizi njia, kuna quantization, kuna kutumia multi GPU computer strategy, au kuna kufanya LLM fine tuning. So sitaongea sana kuhusu hivi vitu vyote kwa sababu they are different concepts, lakini quantization ni tunapunguza, nadhani nimezi highlight. Quantization tunapunguza size ya ile storage. Tuna store kwenye 32 bits, tunaweza tukafanya half precision ambayo ni 16 bits, au tukastore kwenye 8 bits ambapo inapunguza pia some precisions on more parameters. Yeah. Au unaweza ukafanya njia nyingine ya ukawa na multi GPU ukafanya parallelization of computation, au ukafanya large language model fine tuning ambayo ndo nitaiongelea. So fine tuning ni nini in high level? Ile large language model ikishatengenezwa inakuwa haijawa trained either kugenerate text au kusummarize au kufanya, inakuwa imekuwa trained kupredict the next token au the next word. So kufanya fine tuning, that means you are trying to downscale it to your own requirement. Labda mimi nataka hiyo ina uwezo wa kufanya summarization, au ina uwezo wa kufanya sentiment analysis. That's where we do fine tuning. Maana yake unachukua the base model ambayo imekuwa to trained on next token prediction, and then we start training it either to do the things we need. Kwa hiyo kufanya fine tuning unafanyaje? You need to have prompts and completions. Prompt, for instance, I want to do sentiment analysis. Kwa natakiwa nini na data ambazo zinaonesha prompt, let's say labda I love this mood, then nina completion yake pale kwamba this is positive or negative, and then I feed the documents or the labeled examples into that pre-trained large language model, and then I get the fine-tuned large language model. And from there, I think Anton talked about supervised learning and unsupervised and all that. So fine-tuning is supervised learning process in nature. Like we just supervise the large language model to learn specific things. And this is the example I was talking about. Like you'll be having the reviews and their sentiments, and then we feed them to pre-trained large language model, and then we get the fine-tuned large language model. And there are different, as I said, you can think of downscaling the base model or base large language model to different tasks. If you want to do sentiment analysis, there is template of how you have to format your data. And if you want to do text generation or text summarization, like there is these different formats where you can structure your data to fit the specific task you want that large language model to be able to do. And yeah, so when you do fine-tuning, at the end you get instruct model or instructed large language model. Instructed large language model is just a large language model which has been instructed to do certain specific things. But fine-tuning large language model, like you take the large language model which has been trained on a lot of things, it has a lot of knowledge and all that, and then let's say you fine-tune it on a certain case. Let's say I fine-tuned it to be very knowledgeable about finance, let's say. That means it's going to forget the other things. And that is is called like LLM catastrophic forgetting. Like when we fine tune that large language model to be able to do certain specific tasks, it's going to not concentrate, all the parameters are not going to be able to work on other cases. So how do we solve that? There are different ways. First, you might not to do that. You might not need to solve the case. For instance, I want to fine-tune large language model to be very powerful in finance. Then there is no need of me worrying if it forgets other things. But you can do multitasking. Like you can fine-tune it either to be able to do task 1 and task 2, or task 2, 3. I don't know the range of tasks you can fine-tune, but you can do multitasking. And there is this very common fine-tuning method is called parameter efficient fine-tuning, and I'm going to talk about it. So the parameter efficient fine-tuning tries to solve the issue of forgetting when you fine-tune large language models. So I'm going to be fast a bit. We talked about parameters. So as I said, parameters are knowledge-based, right? The example like the knowledge memory. So when we fine-tune, that means we are just updating the knowledge memory of that specific large language model. So to make sure it doesn't forget other things, we can opt to to keep a certain portion of knowledge memory unchangeable, and then we change certain part of that knowledge memory. So this is what I'm talking about. Like we can frozen certain weights, like we don't update them, and then we update some of other weights, like based on the task we want to do. If we want to do question and answering, summarization, or we want to do text generation, we can do this. Like you freeze certain weights of that large language model, and then you update a portion of weights of that large language model, and that's based on the tasks you want to do. When you do that, at the end you're going to have a very small model, which is having like MBs, and you're going to solve the issue of you thinking of training, let's say, large language model from scratch with a lot of resources and all that. Yeah, so I have to skip some of the things, but there are two methods which you can use when you think of using PEFT. You can do selective or additive approach. Additive is when you add new parameters, like new memory from the existing memory, and that added memory is going to be used to store the specific knowledge you want that large language model to have. If you do selective, that means you're going to select a certain portion of those parameters, and then you're going to update those parameters. But there is the parameterization. I don't know if I said it well, but the concept of this is you just add some. It's like the additive approach. You add certain matrices called the row rank matrices, and those matrices are going to store the parameters. And for those who have background in machine learning, we know like most of the operations that are being done are matrix multiplications. So we just create some matrices, and those matrices are going to store the new weights, and they are going to be having low dimension compared to the dimension of the model. And what you do, you just freeze most of the original weights, and then you inject the low rank matrices, and then you train again the weights on smaller matrices. So that's it. There is hands-on here, but I'll skip. So I want to talk about this. As I said, large language models have been trained on a lot of a vast amount of data. So how about human values? Because those large language models have the global understanding. Kwa hiyo kuna vitu ambavyo let's say ni values za Kitanzania ambazo hizo large language model haziwezi kuwa nazo. Kwa mfano niliona juzi kichekesho kimoja, bwana mmoja anasema alikuwa ni Tanzania Zanzibar, nafikiri akasema kitu akamwambia you are welcome, akajua anakaribishwa, kumbe ni utamaduni wetu kusema you are welcome. Sasa kuna vitu ambavyo like the large language models don't know about, let's say, Tanzania. So how do we align those large language models with human values? Kufanya hivyo ndo ikaja this approach inaitwa RLHF, like reinforcement learning with human feedback. What you do is just like you select a group of people, let's say, from different background, let's say, and then ile large language model inavyokuwa inatoa results, zile responses, wale watu wana rank, wanasema this is good, this is not good, this is what we need, we don't need this. And then from those rewards, we reinforce these large language models to be giving responses based on what human needs. And that's where you need optimization algorithms like what Joseph was talking about, but there are other algorithms which are being used to do reinforcement learning with human feedback, and it is out of the scope of this presentation, so I want to talk more about it. I wanted to talk on another approach to adapt this large language model locally, and this is retrieve augmented generation. So sometimes we have our own knowledge base, and we want this large language model to be able to give responses based on our knowledge base we have. For instance, I have my company documents, or I have my books, and then I want to get responses from these large language models, but with reference to my books or to my documents and all that. So that's where we need retrieval augmented generation. This is where you have large language model, and then you give it let's say I have a certain book of finance, then I want it to be responding my finance questions or financial questions based on the book which I've given it. As I said, these large language models, they are very big and all that, so we can just give them documents and they can be responding from the documents which we have provided to them. And this is the big picture of how the process looks like. So the first thing, you need to have user prompt. Let's say I prompt something. Let's say I want to know about X thing. And then the request is being sent to query vector store. So what is query vector store? I have a book, let's say a finance book. That book has to be converted to certain format which is suitable for communication or getting knowledge from it. So I just talk it in a very abstract way. Query vector store, assume that is the store of our finance book, like all the things in our finance book we have put there at the query vector store. So when I send the question, the question is going to be sent to my query vector store, and then we are going to find the relationship, like a pattern matching, and see what are the things which are relating to the question which I've asked. Kwa kama nimeuliza kitu X, tutaenda kuangalia kwenye ile finance document yangu ni mambo gani yana relate na kitu ambacho kimeulizwa. Kwa tutachukua vile vitu kama relevant information ambazo zitatusaidia kutengeneza nini response. Kwa tukichukua zile relevant information kutoka kwenye ile document ya finance, tunazituma hizo relevant information kwa ChatGPT, let's say. Kwa ChatGPT itatumia relevant information ambazo zimekuja na its knowledge kutengeneza response ambayo itarudi kwa nani? Itarudi kwa user kule. Kwa hiyo utapata response haijatoka moja kwa moja kwenye ChatGPT, imetoka kwenye my documents. Let's say I have my contract, labda nimepewa contract, nimesign au nataka nijue contract, then I change it to query, to vectors au wanaita embeddings, au unaweza ukasema ni it's like a vector representation. Tuna represent in the vector form the document, and then nikituma swali tunaenda tuna retrieve relevant information tuna connect na ChatGPT inatuletea responses. So that's how it works. And for those who need to do it technical, kuna hizi tools you can use them. So we have LangChain, we have Llama Index, previously connected GPT Index, but utahitaji kuwa na OpenAI API, au if you can use another available APIs, lakini Gradle is just for interface. So nitaonesha tu simple. So LangChain inatusaidia kufanya, kuna hii hapa nadhani itatusaidia kuelewa. Yeah. So tutachukua PDF yetu, tuna PDF, tuna convert inakuwa kwenye indices. Alafu ikishakuwa kwenye indices ndio inakuja ile process, mtu akiuliza swali, tunaenda kwenye indices, tunaangalia relevant information, tunaenda kuzisend kwenye ChatGPT, alafu ChatGPT inatengeneza response ambayo ina reflect what we have in our document, then inatufanyaje? Inatupatia that response. So nitaonyesha tu simple mfano. Yeah, so this is how it works. Like kama hapo nimetengeneza tu simple interface, nilikuwa na kitabu changu, nitaonesha hapa, and then nikiandika swali napata jibu kule, lakini majibu yanatoka kwenye my PDF documents. Like hayatoki moja kwa moja kwenye ChatGPT. Kwa hiyo I'm getting responses from my documents. Like sometimes wana refer kama chatting with your documents. You can search about that. Yeah. Nadhani inaishia hapo. Yeah, so we can think of other large language model use cases ambazo ni locally, kutokana na way ambao tunaweza tukaziadapt either kwa kufanya fine tuning au kwa kufanya retrieval augmented generation or any other techniques ambazo ziko available. So limitation zipo nyingi kama nilivyosema, issue ya human feedback, like sometimes they give responses which do not align with our values. So what do? Those are limitations. So we need to think how to solve them locally without waiting for those who are owning these models to gather people and get feedback from them and then reinforce the large language models to behave based on the group of people which have been chosen, and which can also be biased because you are choosing a group of 100 people to represent, let's say, a group of 1 million people. In case in some of sampling, it might also lead to bias. So thank you so much. Just take 2 questions and then you are going to finish the talk. Thank you. Yeah, welcome.
Okay. Kama nitakuwa nimesikiliza
Ndio.
nasema nakonda kama kitabu chako,
Mm-hmm.
then najaribu kuuliza swali, unapata nini?
Responses, sahihi.
So my question is, how intelligent enough jaribu to speak the question? That means it's always a direct question. You need to be able to answer them.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. As far as I tried, like from my experience, kama unataka, let's say na document X and I want that large language model to respond to my queries based on that document, haiwezi kaenda nje ya hiyo document. Kwa nilijaribu nadhani can show here inaleta certain response like iko out of scope, like what you ask is not inside the scope which has been provided. Labda urify moja kwa moja kwenye ChatGPT, lakini if you want it to generate based on your documents, inakuwa iko limited. Sijui kama nimekujibu. Yeah. Yeah, swali jingine?
My question concerns about the privacy of the
Yeah, so about privacy issues, that's very big issue because we have security experts here. Mr. Peter will talk a bit about it, but I think there's no guarantee like your data will be safe, and I can't say your data will be safe because actually the knowledge base, like when you convert your document, you can use available vector databases which are available, but for instance, for the example which I wrote here, just stored it on my local machine, and okay, yeah. So if you store them locally, maybe you might be safe, but if not that, haitakuwa sawa sana nafikiri. Yeah, so, yeah, karibu.
My background is more of cybersecurity, but I also I'm part of an international startup. I'm on a startup now, but we do a lot of programming and cybersecurity. So for PayMind is different payment engines like Professor, which runs behind simulation. And we deal a lot with AI. My work in that area is really secure algorithms and things like that. So I'm interested in this space. Actually, I'm interested in things. I'm deep my fingers in there. I don't talk without background. So your area, if you need what you're a data scientist,
Kuna mchanganyiko.
yeah. Data engineers, data scientists. Okay, so your field is growing so fast. I'll just explain what's in practice from what I've done. Just one, but I don't know what I am anymore. Cybersecurity, machine learning engineer already, so it's going so fast. So I'll give you my experience with my ChatGPT. We use ChatGPT Enterprise. I use paid for one. So in terms of privacy, that's why ChatGPT has come out with ChatGPT Enterprise, because no company is going to put out their data there. Now, for us who are very open source based in Africa, I'm not really against open source. Your privacy is already eroded because the model is getting models from Meta. Isn't it? Llama. Says this one not very good. So anyway, you have Meta, you have Vicuna, you have all of that models. So what you have to do really, I think, is to optimize your local vector databases on those to make sure that you have the files locally, you question the API, and then you keep it back with that. Really, for me, what I see is two different approaches to where we are in learning AI and data science. The first one is the consumer-based side of it. That's going very fast. We're not going. Okay, maybe before I explain that, I want to explain ChatGPT and how it was built, whatever. In this AI space, the only way we are going to compete is on the application where we come on. You're never going to compete on the hardware layer. You can't. China is already fighting with the US on that in terms of chips. Yeah. But since now, how many data centers do they have? 1 or 2, 3. They're already on fighting because they are CPU based, not GPU based. Yeah. Me, I can't see you putting those big guys. It's simply no way. So what's going to happen is if you want to do back end AI data science, is these two groups. You're either going to use open source models, you're going to be a super software. You're going to have to do software engineering in order to connect different APIs to give users what they want. You need to be deep into your Python or something. It's not just your small, there's a two model. That's not going to work. And there is a model from where. So if you go to a company, go to a large company, they're keeping all their data in maybe Apache Spark or Hadoop. That is history. Hadoop no need. Yeah. So you might do both data engineering and modeling. And so how may I do models? There's nobody is going to employ you for that. So you need to know the whole chain. You're doing modeling then. Yeah, the alternative is for you to say, okay, I'm doing modeling, but software person, I can do what you say. You actually need to touch the API to pull your documents. By the way, what you're talking about, talking to you, documents is already being done on that. The user side. So by the ChatGPT Enterprise, I can upload all my documents and I can talk to them. I'm a consumer side. Yeah. So what you are trying to do now is to bring this functionality into account, so that it can do that. Yeah. So you're going to use the Kuna or the small 7 billion parameter model that you can probably use, which are not too bad, because they give you good experience. So the way things are going, I see 2 ways. You definitely have to include into your iPhone or whatever you use it, whether it's not latest. I think I really have to be. You can find it there. You have to be open-minded. And now you have to you can change Python into a land or whatever. You don't really. So the field is going so fast, but the concept of the data are very big data protection. Yesterday we had a time beginning data protection. Although I don't think they really understand how they're going to take data from somebody like Telco, who's already using people's data to do products. Yeah. And the products from the whole the hosting time. I mean, you collect data from window from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. and you can know so many things. You just pray that data science doesn't have a doubt and use on that network. And if you are sponsor in that time. So there's a lot of things that you can know as a data scientist from just aggregating data. I don't even know her phone number. Yeah, I can, using metadata, you can probably identify her. There's a lot of things in terms of data protection. It's a really good thing. We hope we'll get it. So I think the act is there. So that's where we are.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clinton, for the insights. Yeah, so I just wanted to show a bit here of what I was talking about. So I will share this notebook. So here I've just imported, for those who are developers, just imported, installed those libraries, LangChain, Llama-Index, Gradio, and OpenAI API. And then what you're going to do, sorry, I think here. So I just imported some other library there. I think I'm going to change it. Yeah. So we have these packages. I just want to talk about it. Lakini sasa kinachotokea, as I said, you have to connect it to OpenAI APIs. So this is my API key. I'm going to change it after you. So what I do, I just connected to, you can see I've connected to GPT 3.5 and then what I do, I just load my document. Here I'm going to put the path to my documents there, and then I'm going to return the knowledge, like the transformation of all my knowledge into indices or the vectors. So I'm going to return the vectors. And when I ask a question, before I get the responses, we will be extracting the relevant information from my documents, and then we use ChatGPT like to format the responses in a more good way. And so this is the path to my documents, and I just have this one document here. And I think this book is very good book. You can just read it. It is Artificial Intelligence, 101 Things You Must Know About Our Future. So I just wanted this customized GPT to be able to respond to questions based on this book only. So this is the reference which it has to use, and it was published in 2018. So then I pass the documents, and I'm going to run all these. Okay, then I think they are not going to take time. Yeah,
it's a nice part.
Yeah, interesting part, right? Yeah. Okay. And for those who are building just a simple, I was saying I use the Gradio. So Gradio is just a Python library for simplistic interfaces. So if you want your maybe people around you to test your model on how it performs, you can just create a simple interface by using Gradio, and then you can share it with them, and they can test it as what I'm going to do here. Is just going to create a very simple interface which you can use to test their knowledge of this. Yeah. Any question while it is just analyzing here?
I've never been trying to explain.
Yeah, Davis, welcome.
The advantage of this one, let's say I'm doing my field is auditing. Yeah, I can just give it a book of auditing, and so it has everything to do with audit. Let's say there are audit standards for different organizations have audit standards or certain standards. I can just feed it all that information and then query the data. Because it already knows the data, it can go and do and respond back to what is out of it. And if I give it data of all my, let's say all the logs of transactions in the cloud, and I say which of these, according to this fraud, principles of fraud, which of these transactions seems to be out of it. 3 seconds, instead of you running your model for 16 months of fraud detection. You can personalize things to very quick solutions that the customer wants.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I think my API key has expired. I think I paid it for just 1 month. So yeah, I will share the notebook and then we can test. Yeah, thank you so much. And Davis, I'm sorry. Yeah, welcome.
My question was focusing on the use of the model for our languages. Maybe you can share some experience on that, because you know most of the time people are thinking. Maybe you can share something like that and they just and how you try to develop some solution.
Thank you so much, Davis. So as from my experience, first I have to recognize your contribution to local languages. So Davis actually published one of the data set in Swahili, I think, and it was unexpected. I was reading a paper, it's called Swahili GPT, and I found like they've used your data, and I was very impressed. Yeah, thank you so much. So there are people working on local languages, specifically Swahili, as I mentioned, the Swahili GPT. So they are trying to create a variant of ChatGPT, which is more specialized in Swahili. And I don't know actually if there are other initiatives around Swahili, but challenging thing is these people who are building these large language models, they are also working on our languages too. So you can chat with ChatGPT in Swahili actually, though sometimes inaweza isiwe vizuri sana, lakini inafanya. Sasa sijui sisi nafasi yetu itakuwa wapi. Nafikiri kwa sababu we have researchers here and other people wanaweza wakacontribute vizuri zaidi. Nadhani Davis mwenyewe pia nadhani you have experience on that, ila sasa kwa kesi ya how we contribute, I think it's our task to see. Yeah, thank you so much.
Use your data sets, then the vector database, and get the outputs in Swahili.
Yeah. So
the problem is we're using probably Llama or something, which might not be that good. You see, the problem that we have is most of these most of them good large language models are proprietary. You can try Bikuna and whatever, they are like 10 years behind ChatGPT 4. And in business, they want things that are going to take solutions. So maybe the solutions to that is really trying to find a tune like the Llama model. Or I know if you look at stable AI, much that.
Diffusion
country model. Yeah. So maybe it's for guys like stable AI because they're not necessarily interested in or and proprietary, but they're doing things for like developing countries. I know they're doing like Bangladesh national models, so they're using language and stuff like that. So I'm sure in a few years we'll have something that can return that you can use and fine tune and become something. But the space is going too far. I mean, even next week somebody can decide to do it.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think before we welcome Mr. Peter, MC, can we do something? Then Mr. Peter will come up. Yeah. Tumechoka hapa katikati, mambo mengi yametokea. Video kutembea.
Sawa, sasa. Sawa, hivi tumempigia zetu makofi. Hebu tumpigie makofi. Sawa. Amefanya kazi nzuri na anaendelea kufanya kazi nzuri. Lakini pia nimshukuru sana pia Mr. Peter kuweza kutujoin pia. Sawa. Watu online tuko pamoja na Tumaini. Tunafanya a very simple tour activity hapa, and then tutajoin tena very soon in like 5 minutes to come. Hatutochukua muda mwingi sana. So ningependa tusimame very quick. So mimi na experience nzuri pia ya kuimba. Watu watakataa. Na experience nzuri sana ya kuimba. Kuna waimbaji ndani? Wapo good. So mimi lakini naimba kwa vitendo. Tulikuwa tunakumbuka wakati tulikuwa wadogo, mabata madogo. Sasa hivi watu hawezi kuimba, sema mom childish, si ndio? Sawa. So mimi nitapa nyimbo lakini ya kikubwa. So you do it by action. Sasa hakuna namna. So so it's very simple. Very simple. I'll be nitakuwa naimba alafu you guys mnanifuatisha. So what I do, si ndio? Sawa, is it okay? Kwa hiyo sauti ikipanda na nyinyi napanda, ikishuka na nyinyi nashuka. So we start. Mama Jamila. Mama Jamila. So it's like utapata pia na action na kufanya nini? Si ndio? Bodi kufanya hivi wewe. Sasa stop hapo. Mama Jamila. So Mama Jamila is cooking. Right hand. Mama Jamila is cooking. In her left hand with her left hand. Mama Jamila is cooking. In her right hand with her right hand. Mama Jamila is so Mama Jamila is cooking. Guys, mimi napenda kuwafanya hadi watu wakubwa. Aya, asante sana. So let's see. That's called Mama Jamila. So next time Mama Jamila atabadilisha sasa kupika. Sijasema alikuwa anapika nini. Unaweza kusikia alikuwa anapika nini? Ugali. Sawa, basi sawa. Asanteni sana. So now you can have a seat, and I would like to use this chance nimkaribishe one of our special guests ambaye pia ametujoin hapa, na watu online nadhani pia uko na sisi, tumesharudi tayari. Our 5 minutes are over. So naomba a round of applause please tumkaribishe Mr. Peter, the president of Isaka Tanzania chapter. Makofi tafadhali, karibu sana.
Asanteni jamani, it's a privilege to be here. And over the week, we had another conference kule Taik. So I was busy. Alafu, I know Ruben called me this morning and nilikuwa naamka. So, hey, nini? But I'm really happy to be here because I think data is one of the big things. And also, there's a lot of things being done around data. Now, you are the guys doing data, people, whether you're interested in just data, and interest is a very big thing, more than even qualifications. There's a lot going on around, so I don't really want to say much, but maybe to take you through what's happening in our country. Kwa sasa hivi, as you all know, kuna Data Protection, Personal Data Protection Act 2022. Alafu ndo, it's going to govern most of your data pipeline and output. So that's a very important thing. Another important thing I think in your profession is also ethics, because you can process data in different ways. Nilikuwa naambia sasa hivi kwamba unless you have proper ethics, if you're in an hivi kwanza nijue kuna watu online. Yeah. Okay, so before I speak, I usually have a disclaimer. So what I say stays in this room and stays in your heads online. Don't go quoting me. So ethics are important in data science and data analytics because you might have access to a lot of data. I know, kwa mfano, I'll give you practical examples. Kila siku watu wanaenda hospitali, also. Yeah. So people are sick every day. Even me, I was sick for a long time this year. So when they go to hospital, what happens? There's a data also. And whether you're paying locally or whether you're paying with cash, how? Nini? Insurance, NHIF, huko ndo naenda. Kuna watu huko kama wako online watanisikia. Anyway, so whether you're paying NHIF or cash, your data is being collected every day. I'll take the example of NHIF probably. And so this is every single day people are uploading. So people are using the NHIF API and they have to upload that data to NHIF that day, before the end of that day. So you can imagine NHIF probably has 53 terabytes of data every single day. Au mjanisikia? Ngapi? So you can imagine so many things, kwamba if I want to do data analytics to find out who's the fraudulent insurance claim, I'll need people like you, yeah? But this is a lot of data. So I come home and say, yeah, your data on PHP, MySQL. This is at another level. Even in the NHIF themselves are having to upgrade their infrastructure. So there are things that are connected to data, like data engineering, like Hadoop, Spark. You're not going to keep 53 GB of data every day in MySQL. While a PostgreSQL, you won't. It's just a lot. Labda utajaribu MongoDB, but eventually you run out of. So can you imagine how much RAM they're buying, pieces they're buying? And sometimes because of our not looking forward, we have a problem with making government understand where technology is going. And I'm a very outspoken person because I think there's no way you can avoid cloud. So for example, I want to analyze data as an auditor of GPG, which is over 7 million transactions every day. Even the end and a notebook where. So we have a problem. Data is exploding everywhere, even in government, let alone private sector. And there's not many people can analyze that data because they're using old methods. Yeah. And really that's where understanding data becomes a talent. I mean, wenzetu ambao wameshaendelea, it's a prerequisite. You just need to understand data. That's why data science is a skill where they're highly paid. But everybody needs to understand how to process data in a way in the future. So what we need now is for you to grow your data science skills, but also your data engineering skills at the same time. Because you need to be irreplaceable, regardless of how ChatGPT is growing, which is what he was trying to explain. What do they call them? Generative large language models. That's still a very small part of artificial intelligence. The mainstay, it's probably like 16%. There's still a lot that's being done with supervised machine learning, and that's the thing that you have to understand, because the principles will still be the same. Yeah, you'll find out that even if you want to use large language models API, you need to be partly software engineer and data science. Yeah, so for you to say you only do models is going to be impossible because you need to understand how to use APIs to talk to each other to come up with a long chain application. So what Ruben is not telling you is it's really doing software engineering at the same time to develop. It's not just pamoja na his knowledge of data modeling. So that's very, very important. So I think the movement, I think PyCon before is very important so that we make sure people go deep. You know, the biggest problem I have with the youth Tanzania ni kwamba people are very shallow. Watu wanataka mteremko, vitu ya juu tu, these simple things. In order to be a very good, in order to really understand data, you really need to go back to the fundamentals of statistics, mathematics. Those are the fundamentals. I think also the way we are taught is also a big problem. Yani unaenda pale, you like maths, lakini mwalimu wako wa statistics, yani yeye anafanya mambo ya ajabu. So that limits the way people learn. But we really need people can understand data, and especially the fundamentals of data, which is mathematics. Not really complex math, but you really need to understand what vectors are, matrices and vectors, unakumbuka the things you hated. Yeah, they've come back to haunt you. Statistics class, which you avoided, is going to help you. So a combination of understanding vectors, pure math, statistics is very, very important, because really what AI is doing is trying to predict things. Now, if you really don't understand statistics, it's going to limit you to what you can do, because you start to believe that your models can do everything. They can't. There's no model that's 99.9.9.9 accurate. You're probably 98%. And that's a very, very accurate model. Yeah. So statistics really help. Statistics of uncertainty. There'll always be that, if you understand statistics, a black swan event that you haven't really calculated for that will change every model. So without trying to go so deep, I'll probably be exposing myself, but we all know Songesha. Yeah. So part of our engine runs behind that. And one day, Songesha, you've developed your model. So this is what I'm saying. You're just doing models, doesn't work. You developed your models, doing people, Songesha, giving people, examining this. And then all of a sudden, one day just decides to give somebody who has just registered. Yani ameanza tu leo, gives him 200,000. Yeah, an anomaly. So in statistics, we know what that is. It's an anomaly, it's an uncertainty. So we know that there's always going to be something that will crop up. And then you have to optimize for that and change the model. If you think this job is just putting the model there and you go to sleep, you are very, very mistaken. That's not what it is. It is knowing how to develop models, but also knowing how to supply the supply chain of where data is coming. So a little bit of how data works. For us who work a lot with the cloud, it's also understanding, because you might be just two, we have like two guys. One is a data scientist or does the models, and the other one just deploys everything. So you give him the model and you deploy it on the cloud. Yeah, so for platforms like Microsoft and especially GCP, which we use, just with two guys doing all the work. And you probably still have like 5 guys developing a model. So tools like cloud give you very, very easy tools because they've already developed the deeper layer. And that's why I'm big for certifications like those, because they'll give you learning that you'll not learn from other local schools or in university. They'll give you learning that the industry uses, not only the industry here, but elsewhere. Yeah, so it's very important for us to be able to compete on the global level. I don't care whether you spend 5 years trying to understand something very deep. It's going to pay over 100 times. And I want to emphasize this by explaining to you something. So I was just privileged to be here at Olympio, and I spent another part of my life outside in the UK, and then did come back. But I remember I was always curious. I'm really a person who likes I'm not really a builder. I understand code very well, but I like breaking things. My head is wired for reverse engineering. So if you tell me that this application works like this, I'm thinking of how that application might not work. Yeah. So how can I steal your model? How can I poison your model so that it produces different output? That's my forte. Yeah. Something where we've not reached, maybe probably locally, but which is very, very, it is very important. So if you've used GitHub, you probably know that almost 90% of the code is now AI generated. And for all those of you like putting models and libraries together, for security, you have to be very careful what libraries you use, because some of them can be poisoned. I mean, you're still using it. Even Pandas was poisoned about last 3 months ago, you know? So you have your Pandas there, but it's sending data to China or England or wherever at the same time. So there's an importance of being deep in whatever you're doing. And that's really the message that I have for you, Kwamba. Get something that you're passionate about and go deep. I mean, go like 25 miles deep, not just shallow. Because going deep into something will pay back for you like 1,000 times. So what I was saying is I don't care how long you take. It doesn't matter how long you take. Let them call you, especially for girls, you have a big, big problem. Yani. Wako wanachukua science, wanakulebo, yule dada, ndo maana sio mrembo. Don't worry about that. That's not a problem. It's not wrong to love science. It's actually very, very good to love science. Science will pay you back 100,000 times more than anything I know. And your curiosity is really what's going to give you the edge, because you'll be able to do things that other people can't. So for you young people, I tell you to invest in whatever you have passion for. Not only young people, I know these days you can even switch your career midway. You find out your career is gone. Maybe you're a photographer and jana kwenye mkutano watu wanaletea picha. Nizipeleke wapi nini picha? I mean, that's taking my picture. If you're sending it to me on my phone, fine. But even when you make a frame, that is old, that's gone, done and dusted. You just change your skill. That's what technology is, can be very brutal. Yeah. So find something you love, go 25 miles deep in it, so that unajua tuna tendency ya kutaka kufanya hiki na hiki na hiki na hiki. You know, it's just find something and look ahead and say, this thing looks to be good, and really go deep in it. For me, that thing was security. So I'm trying to show my age here now, but for me, of course, I had a background in computer science, but I didn't really use it because my interest was I had so many different interests. I'm lucky I did most of those things. But really at heart, I really loved computer science. I loved breaking things. I loved programming because of what it would enable me to do. Not because I hate programming actually, but I will spend the whole night understanding code so that I can break it. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Yeah, I don't like programming, but if there's like a large language model being used in our flow, in 4Pay, the guys in India, very brilliant programmers and stuff. But the last buck stops, I'm in charge of security. And these guys will come up and tell you they're using LangChain for this model. And I'm like, what the heck is LangChain? I don't know. Yeah, but it's part of my job to secure whatever they're using for their products. And so I'm going to spend the whole night. I'll probably not go to watch Sauti Sol because I need to understand what the LangChain model is doing. So don't be afraid to be seen as somebody who is not, you're not listening to honey. And you might have, mtu wa kawaida watu wanakuwa ile jamaa bana na vitabu bana. So what I'm trying to say is, like 20 years ago, I decided to shift from what I was doing, and I said, okay, let me go back to computing and networking. And some of the guys who are now big guys like Jaberi, who is in TCRA, was in IGA. They're now directors. They were my teachers at not even UDSM, it was UCC. You know UCC? Yeah, so I was UCC for the first Cisco course. And I'm really a hands-on guy. So we're doing these labs, and then I would obviously change the configuration. Alafu jamaa anakuja mwalimu. No traffic can route. So I was that kind of student. But I also volunteered to put down the network. So UDSM was building the networking, fiber optic was being laid. And I just volunteered as part of the people who laid the fiber optic cable. So unfortunately, I know that infrastructure more than even the system admins are saying. I know what switches they are. If they've not upgraded them, so I'll shout it out. But I understand. So I had to have hands-on. And that's why I was telling you, when he was showing his code, the first thing that grabs me is, hey, that's his API key. So can I remember it in my brain and use it? Developers don't think like that. We guys, security, really think like that, and we pick out those things. So really, for what you guys are, you are part of a few people that are privileged to be in the situation I think I was a few years ago at that time. So my interest was really security. But in order to have a security background, you need to understand networking, because every application talks to it. So I understood networking very well. And at that time I left, and the first job I applied to in the UK, everybody was putting me down. But then one guy said, you've got CCNA? You know what a router is? Yes. So he just took me to a router and asked me to configure it, and I did. And I told them, somebody configured it wrong. It was really hands-on, you know. I said, okay, you can start tomorrow. It's just hands-on, you know. So the key problem that I have with our universities and high institutions of learning is you get a lot of theory, yeah. And some of you who are on PhD programs, God bless you for that, permanent head damage to coordinator. Your supervisors, you're probably doing something that your supervisor doesn't understand. Yeah. When acceleration, you know, our system doesn't really allow for curiosity, and that's what I hate. Yani ukionekana mtundu basi utamkomesha, because he took his PhD and had such a hard time. It took 6 years. Yani na wewe lazima ukomeshe 6 years. But really, interest will take you a lot of places. So if your interest is data science, and you have got tools like ChatGPT, so just go through ChatGPT and ask it, I'm interested in data science. What do I need to know? Maybe you don't even have the resources to come to Data Lab or pay for it. It's going to give you a roadmap, isn't it? Ninakujibu roadmap, soma hii, wiki hii. So ask it, how can I learn data science in 8 months? So you guys are very lucky. Sasa naangalia pale, watu miezi 6. It's a long time. Lock yourself up, disappear. The funny thing is nobody will miss you. Nafikiri kuupdate kila siku, sio maisha. You go for 8 months, disappear somewhere, come back with the knowledge. Watu watakuwa wanazungumza mambo yale, hani, sijui kwenda wapi, wavuvi, camp, nini, but you've got skills in just those 8 months. So for me, my advice to you is find something you love, shut yourself up for a long, long time so that you can go down 25 miles. It takes effort. There's no substitute for what you know, let me tell you. You can go anywhere and they can do it, but once you know Python, you know Python. And you know Python. Nobody can take that away. There will be haters out there, but that's your forte. And the funny thing is that when people come to speak, they say, yule jamaa, kifika Python, I said, hatari. Hatakwambia straight to your face, but it's through your interest and doing projects. So I can't emphasize again doing projects. And I've not seen some of you, I've heard of your work, Moses. Is Moses David? Davis, yes, I've heard of your work. I've seen some of your libraries as well. There are other guys out there who are really good. The only problem that we have is not many people recognize like your data sets. Your data sets are probably more important to Google and Nani than anybody here. Wanapigana we mwenyewe, hivi tunafanya vipi Kiswahili? Watu wanakusikiliza hivi, huyu jamaa ana Kiswahili, unaenda tu Google ana translate kila kitu. Sasa wewe unataka. So not many people will understand you, but also I encourage you to just keep on just doing what you do better and even better. I'm very happy Ruben is deep into short long chain. Some of these things, guys are doing them on YouTube. You can see how to develop your own language model. This is a pretty hard thing. I won't really waste my time developing a large language model, but understanding how to use one in order to create solutions for companies is really where we're going. So now you know that the problem with this area, like how security was, is you learned data science in a certain way. Although supervised learning is one of those things that hasn't changed, generative AI is bringing something new. So you're not necessarily going to follow there's 2 tracks now. You do things through through your traditional data science model and ways you do things. You can also do things through the new way of doing, like it's what we call the modern data scientist. The modern data scientist now is a bit of a mix of a software developer and data scientist and data engineer. You just have to understand how formats of data, especially for companies, because companies have different. We are lucky here kwa nyuma sana. Kwa watu watakupa data kwenye Excel. And you have to change that to other formats, but in certain other places, and that's why I stress you guys really need to know what the international standards and certifications are, and just the contents of that, because here you are used to doing data in Excel, but then everybody gets a job in East Africa and they're like, hey, Data scientist, yule data scientist, no, yule aende kule. So you go to another place and they've just got data lake. Data lake. You're like, data lake nini? Unajua ziwa Victoria. This is a lake, a data lake, or a data warehouse that has Apache Spark and Hadoop. And then you're not really able to pull that data and you can do your modeling, but you don't know how to pull that data. Anyway, I want to assume kwamba unajua kila kitu. So really, that's why I'm saying you've got to go very deep. It's not enough for you to just be a data scientist. Understand what data engineers do, you know, and understand the whole chain. So the privilege that we have is that you can choose along the way where you want to be. Maybe programming is really not your forte, yeah, in data science. It doesn't have to be, but you should understand the process of developing models. Maybe you're a very good product. You can be a product manager for AI products. What I'm saying is you understand the process, you explain the process to the business. Nanielewa. So you don't have all to be code monkeys. Yeah, the field is large. If you look at it as just data science, data engineering, you might fail to understand that you can be an AI product manager. Yeah, kwamba some companies don't know that we can use AI now to solve some of their problems. But if you understand the problem very well, and maybe don't understand how to do it, but explain it to somebody who's a coder and says, we can do it like this, and you're in between there, you're already an AI product manager. Yeah. So one of the biggest challenges we have in the next few years is going to be how everybody talks AI, but you are the people to actually get down and do the dirty work. That's what AI. But after the talking, how are we going to use AI to study those 10,000 pictures of X-rays? What are the dangers? So what I'm telling you, somebody can be an AI product manager. The other one can just be an AI ethics person. Yeah. So I met a lot of people in Ministry of Health trying to ramp up AI products and, oh, we can do this and this, but we've got a problem because now we have data privacy laws. So how is that product off the shelf going to protect data? How is it going to save data? You know, who's going to own the model? See, I mean, you're processing my liver and the model is for somebody else. As people are going to use your data in research projects to develop a model. But what government is going to tell them at the end of the day is that you process data of people from Tanzania. And now you're selling us this model, which is what people in business are there for. Get all the data in hospital and sell back the model to you. It's business for large companies. So we're going to accept that. You can be an AI ethics person, you know, AI data protection person. So don't be so narrow. There's so many fields that you can be in. So if you look at developing data products from end to end, from start to end, you can come up with your niche of what you really want. You don't have to stick to these algorithms because they're always changing. Yeah. And they'll give you headache. Kuna watu ambayo yani wanapenda mahesabu kama Ruben, yani anything mathematics atakesha tu and just be happy. Yani analewa tu mathematics. Yani mnachukua tu naenda wavuvi kulewa, yeye analewa tu mathematics. So find where your interest is, but find a niche if you want to be in the next 10, really the next 5 years or 3 years relevant. Find something in data where you really want to be. So I was telling you, like, I have a guy who's just an AI product manager. And he really knows about what products people and companies work. And then he's mixed his marketing with not very deep knowledge of AI models, but in terms of solutions, he will talk to you like he's the one developing the model. So kidogo kwanza alinichanganya kwanza, sema hivi huyu jamaa vipi? But when I asked him about XGBoost, alikuwa say, okay, so he doesn't know what XGBoost, but he knows his stuff, yeah, he knows his stuff. Although kimwambia XGBoost, let me refer you to one of our specialists. But so there are different areas where you can stick to. Don't really think all of you have to go to coding and stuff. There are very many different areas you can do. And I'm really happy to be here. And I hope you've learned something. Asante sana. If there are any questions, you can fire away before I sit down. Lembe, kumbe uko hapa. Uliza maswali ya governance basi. Any questions? Msiogope. Au watu wanatusikia huko. Hata VPN mnaweza kuuliza. Yes, go ahead. There's someone over there. Yeah. IP? Sasa IPS na IDS. Kumbe huko na wenye data lakini wewe ni wa cyber. Okay, I'll take that one. But any other question relating to data? Ask away. So an IPS really is an intrusion prevention system. So what it will do is when data is coming in, it will filter the data. If it sees malicious packets, it will stop them. So to stop the traffic. The IDS though, like, yeah, that, which is IDS, intrusion detection system. It will detect the malicious packet and then send an alert to the administrator, depending on how it's configured. It will not stop the traffic. So if you've configured it, and that's why I tell you, people should be deep. People are half. Yani, unajua Linux kidogo. So you've configured it, or somebody else has configured it to alert, alafu usome alert. Sasa ina maana gani? So malicious packets are still going. Anyway, that's not where we're going. Cool. Mwambia mseme hata VPN haya. Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah.
And the
yes. Yes. Yes.
Platform, solution, but yeah, saying everything. So what is that good approach to solve this challenge? We can implement data, but we don't have any infrastructure. Saying the infrastructure is available, but the challenge is data security, and make there's no maybe the alternative way how to solve that. I mean, yeah, that's an alternative now. So GPU is not good enough. So maybe to training or to
it's not enough. It's not enough. Can we go off the internet? Go off the net. Maana hatu atanirekodi kama amerekodi juzi pale.
Okay, so that's an interesting point. Now I'll see a different point. So I think that's a big problem that I think when it comes to like that you know, you could require so basically we could provide cloud local solutions, yeah. But how do you do that? How do you provide local cloud solutions without having a data center? You can't. This is what we're taking, isn't it? Mambo maji mengi sana kwenye hili kitu. Kuna mambo maji mengi kibao. Yeah, what is it, bank? Requirement in banks is for you to have the primary data set. But you're thinking,
How do you solve the problem? This is where, oh my God. Yeah. I'm not checking all of that. But, basically, synchronize. Yeah. So we're a lot of people. That's why I want to be offline. But getting away with it, but most people are not. You think that this is a long application. Then you just think, anyway, think for uelewa wako mdogo. Ifike mpesa kule boda kwa very many servers. For more than 32 million people in the whole community. Simply cannot. For you, I'll give you an example, and that's why focus is really bad. For you, we'll never be able to really audit GPT. Kwa hiyo napata kwamba kuna watu wanatajika kila siku. Because every after 1 million transactions is a problem. How are you going to discover that? You can't. You can't without using private sources. Okay, so here comes artificial intelligence. We got blah blah, artificial intelligence. You know how artificial intelligence works from the hardware layer. Before we get vector based and a vector uses matrix. It's not really arithmetic where you simply use. It is vector based. So you need more GPU based. Solution good that the center okay, I want to do my AI solution using but what is the requirement? Your data center is CPU based. And I'm even better off just buying that 116,000. That's what you have to do from NVIDIA. Yes, so one of those costs $16,000. Yeah. More, just one GPU. One of them costs $16,000. So you can imagine how many is being used for charging. So there's some cases where we're not. Yeah. So maybe I don't like NVIDIA's GPUs for the expense. So I want to use TPU's from. TPU's from Google. Yeah, because using a Google solution already has TPUs. With the cloud, I can requisition power for compute. So I calculate how much computer I need to process the GPU transaction. Maybe I want to provision 204 GB of RAM. You put my screen. One day, I process all the transactions down there, but I have to pull up and you are the other. So, but I have to analyze all the transactions with GPT from January up to. This way, everything, that's a lot of, that's what the cloud is. And that one, I'm just renting it for a particular time. People don't really understand it at all. Let's read about the amount of data center, what the discover stuff. How easy. So we have a problem. So the way big companies get away with it is well, I'm not taking from
But they will tell you that. So the hear suffering is persisting proposing based on and all around more than that. Within runs. No, so the best you can have is maybe an M2 mark. Yeah, so happens to know about huh? And then they say, it's not about that they decide. So we have a problem of people. I'm not really saying people are there. It's just some of my mentors are my professor. And I'm pointing directly at some of the people that what when you get so you get for another to and it's very straightforward. Anyone I know now security. I'm going to get apologies that you finding. You can't say you're going to apologize, you're not doing the work. What you want, that ain't nobody happy. So now we have a problem with policy for that. That cannot be there. But unless you understand the power of the help us. Actually, what's going to happen is the users will be more who will use checking and they'll buy it and the companies will buy. And but people are already processing using traffic. Another problem is local development. No. So the client side and the consumer side, what they're doing, people are already using stable AI, something that funny things. People already use that stuff. Yeah. So that other powers. If not with AI, you will never get that level of compute without using it. And to speak about that, 35 years. So even when they want to be solutions for medicine or health, you need a cloud at some point. You can't, first of all, how many computers are going to put together? You know how to feel on a normal computers into those data things are all old. It is GPU based. From here by the year, any more that thing from money is 16,000. Yeah, I'm going to kill which will make security people step up because now you need to learn GCP, how does Google Cloud work, how does AWS work, how do I become an AWS certified security specialist. Then there are security people since security that this is where that one child that found out. Now challenging for government mail is going down like when the government mail went down, what to do? We want to see another. Yeah. There's a lot of focus. When the operators are, we cloud need. And the accumulate about in the evil. It is like so. How many people are much of PCP? So that's one of the challenges that we face when we're trying to do solutions that one have to apply. Yeah, I can understand getting them out. I mean, yeah, tax I'm feeling is getting as much working. So, this solution because I think when you're using Gmail, they didn't tell you from. Well, in France, this looks like a normal application. Web-based. Let us take this, do our work. Get a solution. Yeah? In a corner. Yeah. Any questions? But you know, my disclaimer still stays. Wow, that's so but that's how it is. I can understand how people can follow up and because the easiest and fastest way of where you know streamline it to get a solution of the plan running because it never dies. Hapa TANESCO but create mara tano. Yaani unaweka pale kwenye nini? TANESCO amekashika pale wapi? Bora waweze hivi nyinyi M-Pesa. Umekata huku umeme kokote na juu. Why don't you never come to out? Kwa sababu wanajenerate. Hivyo naamini kwa sababu wanajenerate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so not an interesting question. The opportunity is there, but my experience in business, being an entrepreneur is so communication. What do you want to build data center? That, my friend, is at least $5 million. At least. So what I was telling you is you have to choose where you want to go. You're not going to put it on my friend. You pick that out. If you describe a lot of going back, if we have money, some money. That's you got on what's data. You got up area was data. Okay, so now that's an area where you can build a business. So the first thing you need to do is to read the data. And then go and try to say right now, then you'll understand where our and they are data. Very violent. But in order for you to do this, 40, 75, where? But that's a very good business now. Trying to there's no exchange of company. It's not a huge collection, but you need to read very carefully. That's there. That's really good. I hope your business story is set up. I think that's kind of when I was starting a business. Not a business now, it comes here, we need a business. Okay. Then talking about why? Up and down. I got plans. Just to get certified, the clients, so then do it. This is where it is driving. Then I put it already done. Okay, guys. I hope, Justice, thank you for coming.
So thank you so much, Mr. Peter. Yeah, so actually, huwa napenda sana Mr. Peter. He's one of my mentors and hata hiki tunachokifanya hapa pia kwa asilimia kubwa kimechangiwa na Mr. Peter from the very beginning last year. Ni mmoja kati ya watu ambao walihakikisha hiki kitu kinafanyika. So nafurahi ameweza kufanikiwa kufika hapa pamoja na majukumu mengine ambayo alikuwa nayo. So asante sana. Yeah, so as we said, SKLO is more of tunaangalia watu wametengeneza nini kwa kutumia AI. So tuko na few solutions ambazo zitakuwa presented hapa before we go for lunch, na tayari tuko na wahusika. Sasa hivi tutaangalia one of the project ambayo imekuwa built, inaitwa Kibutbot. So tutamkaribisha Neema atakuja kutuelezea zaidi Kibutbot ni kitu gani na kwa nini kuna Kibutbot, na nadhani tayari jina ni Kibuti, kwa hiyo sijui ni kibuti cha nini. Yeah, ila nadhani Neema atatuambia vizuri. Yeah, so karibu, tumkaribishe. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so as I've been introduced, I'm Neema Mfuru from the University of Science and Technology. A co-founder of Kibutbot. So actually, before I go on, who have come across Kibutbot before? Okay, it's okay. So I was raised here in Dar es Salaam, and I've never been like in other regions. So when I went firstly in there, because I was selected there for my university studies, I'm taking in mechatronics engineering. So it was a different experience, like from the whole environment. Yani, it's different. I told my parents, like, I thought Mbeya maybe it's because it's a city, maybe it's a good place, you know, all this Lamizada, full of Tana, Makorogo. It was different for me. So the same ilikuwa even for my learning experience. Nimesoma mimi Jangwani, mtoto wa town and everything. Alafu naenda kule ndani, it was hard. Ilipokuja kwenye masuala also ya internet, it was very challenging kwa sababu it's a rural place and chuo kabisa kiko kidogo in a town place, then unaambiwa ukitaka internet vizuri unatakiwa ukae jengo lile pale, hapa internet inasumbua, and the very first days for registration, and you're being told such kind of things, and I'm like, okay, which mobile networking are you using? If you say it's Halotel, yani you're done. You just need to use, let's say, Vodacom or even. So later on, ikaja some stuffs about ChatGPT and the whole trend. So I realized in the environment that I was in kama mwanafunzi, and kule nakutana na wanafunzi mbalimbali from different backgrounds, wengi wanatokea katika vijijini. Like I was living in a room with 8 girls and I was the only one from Dar es Salaam. So every single day, like before going discussions, you just have to review what you're going to discuss and everything. So they'll be like, sorry, Neema, do you have bundle? And I'm like, yeah, can I use your phone? Oh, can you hotspot me? And I'll be hotspotting the person, and ilikuwa hivyo. So I was really disturbed, like, I'll share my phone mpaka lini, and these people, it's not too hawana bundle. So when it came to mambo ya ChatGPT and stuff, we get an idea, because I was doing edtech projects. And I said, like, kwa nini ChatGPT is so available offline for these people and this kind of environment? Because basically, yani in Africa, is a solution nyingi we are speaking about here ni digital solutions. You require internet, you require a lot of resources. Lakini tukiongelea our environment, hizo resources ziko distributed kiasi gani? Like, ukiangalia tu statistic, 33% ya Africa ndo ina internet connectivity. So if you're making a digital solution, what's your reach, yani how much impact are you going to make? And I was doing edtech projects like Smart Darasa stuffs, and our thing was more advanced because we used AI and stuff. So when it came for implementation and the business model, I was like, okay, I'm going to sell tablets to students. It's a bit challenging from the finances and everything. It's not applicable. So most of edtech solutions, they don't really work in our environment kwa sababu ya nature of people that we plan kutumia solutions zetu. Then we came up with this idea of creating a chatbot which will be working offline via SMS. So it's basically integrated with ChatGPT, and we just trained our model using ChatGPT APIs for we're customizing it for students. So you'll be able to access ChatGPT now without internet, simply by using SMS. Yes. Okay, so you don't need any smartphone or internet, and for now it's free because we are doing the testing stuff. Yeah. You can just use it, but I'll give you the number. If you have the number, you save, you ask any question, it's SMS thing, and it can provide all details, like kama mkiwa mnatumia ChatGPT, how it works. Yeah. So I don't know if you can see the number, but I will, if you want to try it, I can give you the numbers. Yes. 07 57 07 57 144 062 07 57 144 062. So that's the first number. The second number is 07 45 05 1 250. 07 45 01 051 250. Yeah. Okay, so basically, because it's SMS, it might take 6 to 10 seconds to get your response back. Who have tried it? Anyone who have tried it? You have got your response?
The number. This number.
0745 or
0745.
Yes. Yeah. Like, because it's free right now. Sometimes a person might be sending mambo 10 times, mambo, and we are using resources. Though we're saying it's free, like, yeah. So for now, because it's free, you're going to be having 10 responses free every single day. Okay, so yeah, but okay, we started doing this thing since in April, and from April to June, we get 2.9K users since that time. And right now we have more than 3K users. Yeah, so we are thank you. So we are looking forward to find ways for scaling it, because basically using this mobile numbers is really difficult in scaling, and we have this TCRA regulations and stuff. You don't have to send, I don't know, 300 messages per day, and so we'll be using actually a shortcode soon enough, and this is just an example for packages that we have planned. It's really cheap, and I've spoken to different kind of people, and they're like, Emma, this is too cheap. And I'm like, hey, how many services you're using are you paying for? Is the online services? How many? We always look for free stuffs and give you. So that's why we tried to set this kind of packages. So through our solution, we are looking forward to improve access to education resources. I have my sibling, like she is in Form 4 right now. We have been raised differently, and for the way I've been raised, like one of my brothers ana work library, so nyumbani nilikuwa na vitabu olevo, yani vya NECTA, vya mtaala wa Tanzania, vya mtaala wa Cambridge, sijui studying cards, I had everything, lakini yeye kidogo hakuwa raised kama mimi. So alikuwa akija nyumbani, she's being like, hey, Danema, vitabu vyote hivyo and stuff. Then nilivyokuja sasa likizo this time around, nilikuta kanunuliwa kasimu. Kaile mama akichelewa nyumbani, nimechelewa nyumbani leo mwanangu, just cook kitu fulani and stuff. So I was like, okay, you're using this whole books nilivyokuachia mimi, but still mimi siwezi kusoma bila yani internet, like I don't know, Google and stuff, yani sitoweza kusoma that day, yani I don't study yoga, sina bando. So nikamwambia, so you're satisfied with this? Kaniambia, no sis, nilikuwa, my family don't know much about what I'm doing, and I was like, okay, you can use this you can use this with your phone. And she was like, wow, kweli yeah, she tried it, get a shule, she gave the number to her friends, and they were all excited. And that's one thing ambayo I'm proud of, and kinanigusaga siku zote when I see people using what you've made and they are impressed na kinawasaidia, and it's a good thing. Though yani, I didn't want to do edtech stuff because they are complicated, yani the nature of the environment. Like every time I try yani to get out of this thing, I'm brought back, and I'm like, okay, I accept this EDF, maybe no, my destiny. Yeah. So far, like we're doing a great job. namshukuru Mungu for the progress and everything. Thank you so much.
Questions? Tunachukua maswali matatu. Au unataka kununua package? Yeah, kwa hiyo.
I have two questions. Firstly, I would like to know a little bit the mechanism behind how you manage to integrate such as but also the challenges that we encountered during developing this devotables. We know that obvious when you are trying to build something, there are challenges, but there are those challenges that you can't expect until you have the experience. So I just need the challenges from my experience when building this.
Okay, thank you. Should I answer first the question, sir?
Yeah, so if anyone from online is having a question, you can just post it on the chat box.
Okay, so the first question is about the mechanism. Kusema ukweli, it's a good question, but you know, I cannot tell. Yeah. So, alafu the second thing yani about the challenging ilikuwa kwanza. We didn't know much about how SMS stuffs work. So at first, like a person alikuwa anauliza a question in a character nyingi, then nakuta swali jibu linaenda nusu vile and stuff. So that was the first thing, lakini we were able to overcome that. And another thing ilikuwa, you know, when you're using ChatGPT, you can review the past questions that you asked or first chats. Sasa for this, ilikuwa it's a one-way thing. We needed a lot of resources like to store every single data ya mtu anayeuliza, and hadi sasa hivi hatujaanza kugenerate like a revenue kwa sababu we haven't got a shortcut yet. So it's still a one way, but we have found a way to overcome it. But it will be available in the next version of our service. That like, if you ask the question, the bot will be able to remember what you asked first and give responses in such a way. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We can interact or engage with her. Asante sana. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so kizuri ni kwamba leo tuko na wadada tu hapa ndo wametengeneza solutions. Kwa hiyo tutaita wadada wengine wawili wana jambo zuri pia zaidi ambalo wanajaribu kusolve a certain challenge kwa kutumia AI pia. Kwa hiyo naomba niwakaribishe wakati wanajitambulisha, niwe na weka mambo yao sawa. So Zainabu ni Brenda, karibuni.
Habari wa mchana. Kwa majina naitwa Brenda Moses Kilembo. Mimi by profession ni informatician, mimi ni drone pilot.
Drone pilot. Oh, you can use here, I think.
Mimi ni team tutorially nimesoma computer system and networking.
Okay, so yeah. Yeah, so inaanzia hapa, si ndio? Yeah, so you're right.
Okay, so our story started from when we started to consider the fact kwamba there are some of minerals ambazo tuna uwezo wa kuzi-utilize zikatusaidia sisi kufanya sustainability. Kwa mfano neodymium pamoja na nickel. So tumerealize kwamba in Tanzania nickel ni one of the undermined mineral resources. Kwa ni kampuni chache ambazo zinafanya mineral exploration ya nickel. So we decided to come up with an idea ambapo tunataka ku-integrate artificial intelligence pamoja na drone technology ili kuweza kurahisisha the act ya kufanya mineral exploration ili kudetect hizo rare earth minerals ambapo ni kama hiyo neodymium pamoja na titanium ili kuweza kusaidia mining iwe more accurate, efficient pamoja na improve affordability. So the biggest challenge ni kwamba kuna 500% of the world urgent need, lakini pia there are millions of Tanzanian shilling ambazo zinakuwa wasted kwenye ile cost ya mineral exploration. We use a lot of excavation materials kama zile vehicles zinatumika na katika uchimbaji wanaharibu a lot of areas, unakuta wamechimba alafu ina happen kwamba there's just few minerals found there. Kwa sisi tunataka kutumia teknolojia ya drone pamoja na artificial intelligence ili kutusaidia kupata ile the most accurate information kwamba underground kuna kiasi gani cha madini specifically kwenye graphite, cobalt pamoja na nickel, na itupe ile accurate position ya sehemu ambayo yanapatikana hayo madini ili kuavoid kuchimba big pits ambazo unakuta not everywhere kunakuwa na hayo madini. So existing solutions ni kama hizo helicopter scanners na some witchcraft activities ambao you might find kwamba most of the small scale miners wanategemea sana imani za kiivo. So our solution, as I just said, ni tunataka kutumia technology ya drone kwa sababu we all know kwamba drone technology is evolving, na when you integrate it with artificial intelligence ambapo kutakuwa kuna computer vision na position sensors, all that kuna some instruments ambazo tunazitumia, all that ikiwa added up na artificial intelligence itatusaidia sisi ku bring the accuracy ambayo tunaitaka. We are going to be a fast tracking rare mineral exploration company ambayo itasaidia ku fast track lakini pia ku improve ile accuracy ya kuweza kuacquire the minerals. And mission na vision, tuna aspire kuwa the leading rare mineral exploration company ambao tunakuwa tuna deliver value creation kwa ajili ya kudrive green energy. We call ourselves a smart climate mining company sababu tunataka kufanya mineral exploration in a way ambapo hatutakuwa tunaharibu mazingira yetu, kwa sababu in all that we do we want to sustain our planet, hatutaki kuharibu au exhaust mazingira yetu. So we are thinking to use a green energy. Kwa hiyo through us kuweza kufast track hizo accessibility za minerals kama hizo nickel, manake tunaipa tuseme future nzuri hata activities kama use of electric cars, kwa sababu most of the electric cars zinatumia nickel, na nickel ndo kama hivyo tunasema kwamba kwa Tanzania it's still not really mined. So as fast tracking that itakuwa helpful hata kwenye the future, whereby we're going to reduce the use of the normal vehicles that use engines na tunaenda kuimplement the use of electric vehicles and even providing solution kwenye mambo kama use of electricity instead of using hydroelectric power, tunakuwa tunatumia like maybe solar energy, sababu one of the minerals pia ambazo zinaweza zikasaidia storage ya energy ya solar panels ni one of those minerals. Kwa hiyo kufanya this kind of exploration itatusaidia kwenye mambo mengi. And our mission ni to fast track mineral exploration efficiency in order to provide a critical minerals for energy transition. And our market size, just on brief, tuna 300 plus small scale miners according to Femata and Tanzania Chamber of Mines. Pia we have 100 plus medium miners and 20 large companies. So this is the probability market size, and I'd like to welcome my friends to proceed because we wanted to do this interchangeably. So please, thank you.
Okay. I would like to discuss about the competitive advantages of our products. We expect that it will be a fast and better and fast technology. As we know, we expect to use a drone, which will be fast on detecting those areas with those layer minerals. So so our solution will be fast and it will really uses the exploration time. And the other we focus on layer mineral for green technologies. Kama tunavyojua layer minerals zinahitajika zaidi kwa ajili ya hiyo development ya powerful batteries, electric cars, wind turbines. Kwa hiyo hii sisi kufanya exploration ya layer minerals itasaidia zaidi katika kurahisisha green technologies, lakini pia it will be 16 better predictive accuracy up to 10 kilometers. We expect that our drone will be capable of detecting the minerals up to 10 kilometers underground. So this is nadhani unaweza kuona kwamba hii distance ni iko deep zaidi, kwa tuna expect kuweza kutambua maeneo ambayo yatakuwa na hayo madini, lakini reducing environmental impact and coexist, kwamba hii itasaidia kama tukiwa tumeweza kuexplore kwamba exactly location kwamba hapa ndo kuna hayo madini, kwa hiyo itareduce ile uharibifu wa mazingira, kwamba labda umechimba kuelekea long direction au sehemu ambayo hayakupo madini ya kutosha. And the other thing is we integrate with anything to give a true source of truth. Kwamba we want to make sure that the information are clear and the information are reliable and the information are true. So that's kwamba tukisema kwamba hapa kuna madini patakuwa na kiasi fulani cha madini na kweli kiweze kuwepo, lakini pia return on investment up to 25%, kwamba tuna expect mtu akiinvest kwamba na invest hapa kwa ajili ya kuchimba madini fulani awezi kupata return yake, so kwamba invest afu then baadaye je ended up kwa kupata loss fulani. Then our revenue stream, we expect kwamba our revenue stream kwamba different will be with the different model like daily renting model, daily, weekly or monthly, kwamba mtu anaweza akawa anafanya ile renting of our devices kwamba akawa ana pay as he uses or he goes. Other is royalty, kwamba kama mtu atapenda kutumia akapenda kutumia kama mfano kama vile KFC, labda mtu unataka uanzishe brand kama hiyo, lazima kuna payment ambayo utakuwa unakuwa kutumia ile jina. Kwa mfano kama mtu anatumia our devices kwa namna fulani, kwa na hiyo pia itaweza kusaidia kufanyaje katika revenue zetu. Lakini pia consultancy services, kama mtu atakuja kwa ajili ya nanili na hizo payments pia, kwa itaweza kufanyaje kwa imesaidia. This one won't discuss it much, lakini ilikuwa tunaelezea jinsi gani ambayo tumeweka cash flow zetu, kwamba kiasi gani tutakitumia kwenye research and development, product development, branding and marketing na database and servers. Lakini our inspiration kwamba sisi tumekuwa inspired drone and AI, kama tunaweza tukaona kwanza drone and AI are showing the potential to improve the success of addressing increasing large and complex datasets, need to identify economically viable source of layer that have become scale and deeper in the earth, kwamba tunavyojua sasa hivi rare minerals zinaenda kuwa kitu ambacho kinahitajika sana katika maisha yetu. Kwa hivyo pia hicho kitu na pia na drone technology pia yenyewe inazidi kufanya kukua kila siku. Kwa hivyo tukaona tukichanganya hivyo vitu viwili vitaweza kufanya kusaidia. Lakini kuna watu ambao tunaangalia ambao pia wameshaanza kutumia hizo teknolojia ya drone. Kwa mfano kama kuna hawa AI na hawa Mkango pia wanafanya hivi vitu. Kwa sisi huwa tunaweza kuangalia the way ambao wanafanya kazi zao. Lakini kitu kingine kikubwa tuliona kwamba Barrick Gold Tanzania ambapo wenyewe wameweza kutumia drone pia kuexplore gold kuanzia mwaka huu Februari. Kwa ni kitu ambacho kinaonyesha kwamba kumbe hii inawezekana na inaweza kufanyika. Lakini hapa ni link to our website ambayo lakini pia bado iko under development, lakini na hii ndio our team. Lakini pia kwa sasa hivi ndio tupo kwenye stage ya kudevelop our products. Kwa tumeshanunua baadhi ya vifaa na tuko tunaandaa na dataset ambayo tunaanza kuja kwa ajili ya kuja kutrain our model kwa ajili ya kuja kuifanyia testing. Kwa ndio stage ambayo tulio kwa sasa. Asante.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zainab. And kama kuna swali kwa Zainab, na nafikiri amekuja present hapa, if there are people who are interested to support kwa maana ya kuinvest au kwa namna yoyote kushiriki, nadhani wanaweza communicate au reach out to Zainab and see how they can push this thing forward. Now we are glad to collaborate with them. Kwa hiyo sisi pia ni part of the collaborators currently, lakini nadhani there are still more chances. So karibuni kwa maswali, and then tamwachia MC aendelee na shughuli yake. Maswali hapa. Yeah, so okay. Oh, this was a concern, like Akibutbot inachukua muda mrefu kurespond maswali na pia ni taarifa gani inajikita nazo. Yeah, so Neema, there is a question here. I think after Zainab, you're going to respond to it, right? Yeah, so any question to Zainab specifically in interventions? Yeah. Tanza na Mr. Peter, then tutakuja hivi.
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. How much does the cheapest drone?
Because we have our drone expert here.
Yes, can you please ask specifically?
Question is, how much does the cheapest drone that you want to use?
Okay, for the drone, the type of drone that we want to use, the cheapest one can cost at least 10 million Tanzanian shillings, because we want to have a drone that will have it has sensors already within it, not just a drone to fly, but we want a drone that is already functioning with specific sensors. So when we add up the sensors that we bought separately, the ones that we are going to add up is when we're going to achieve what we want. So it's quite expensive.
So it's 10 million, about $5,000, yeah? So it has all the sensors you need, all of them.
Not all of them.
So that's what I'm asking. I want, if you're using, I don't know what you're using, the touch phone or whatever, photography, all those high-tech sensors, that's what I'm talking about. Then if you have, I'm not asking for 2 drones, just one is one cost. One.
The one that will
satisfy
the requirement.
Yes, only. You're right.
Yes, for the last research that we did, there's a drone that we saw might be useful to us. I didn't get the exact price, but the specification is that it has it's able to capture all type of images like RGB and the multispectral. So it has sensors that can facilitate that, but also positioning. So when you speak of tracking where it's mapping and all that, without the need of using the conventional methods of surveying. Yeah. And it's also able to have the ability to add payload, which is now one of the things that we want the drone to have, the ability to be embedded with the kind of sensors that we want now to put within that.
You can get a DJI drone to have sensors. The biggest thing that you need is that technology, which 10 kilometers down.
There's no that kind of drone. So this kind of
No, the sensors. I'm talking about the sensors.
okay, the sensors, there's no drone that has everything that we need. So our target is to buy a magnetometer sensor, is to have a Raspberry Pi, where now we want a drone that can be able to carry the sensors that we are going now to embed in the drone.
I don't care about all this. I care about the sensor that's going to do whether it's lithotronic technology that's going to move down.
It's the magnetometer.
So it's a magnetometer.
Yes.
How much does that magnetometer sense?
We have the implementation.
Because that's going to make or break your. That's the key thing. The other sensors you can get them cheap, but that magneto, yeah, that's the key one.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I want enough. Yeah, it depends on that one.
Exactly.
So even if you're going to a funder, you may not tell him million magneto is what, but you need to have that cost.
We have
Do you have an idea of how much it costs?
we have it, but
Okay.
tumesha inanili, lakini sema cost ya ipo hapo kwenye hizo documents, so it's not easy to memorize, but we have.
Well, if I'm starting that business, or if I'm starting a business, that's the thing that can make or break you. Yeah. So that's when you need to have it. And another thing, AI powered blah blah, everyone knows that it's not a problem. So having that magnet, whatever you call it, is very important when you're growing. You even change the types of drone or whatever, but that's the thing you must have. Yeah. It's about it. I don't know what your model, how your model works. I don't like your franchise, don't work at all. Don't cut out franchise and one but when we about people copy your idea, that's what I'm fine. They're not even on information, but owning that drone with that thing, collecting that data, for me, my model would be once you get somebody who can buy the equipment for you, yeah.
Yes.
You need to tweak your model to being selling the data. That's the most important thing. The rest you can't. You're going to find research, people might not like it. There might be other people doing research anyway. But you've got two things going for you. You know AI, so you can use that model to collect your data, curate the data, and make sure that it's accurate, more accurate than anybody else. You come on an level.
Yes.
You can get data sets from Ministry of R&D if you're lucky, love to find out the vast engineering. What I do is nothing in the science and get that data. Once you get that data, you now have to prove using your material that that data is actually where the location is, and there's actually those windows. So for you, once you get that drone, you can even start without the drone. Part of your data with that and curate it and just because when many people don't know where to start. Once you manage to get that data, you go to a geologist who's excellent and explain that these are the areas, then you can sort of develop an API where somebody uses your any data is built, make sure that your business is centered around selling that data. Yeah, that is very, very useful. I can guarantee you even serikali, even if you might come to try and use some of your data, because even if you use their data, but you curated, so you come on and you curated it, fine-tuned it. With the drone now, you know where the data is actually working. So very many people, especially the mines, will be interested in such a service. Although the mines can afford to have that drone, but they also don't know other areas where they are at the moment. So it's a very good idea.
Thank you.
But I look at the cost of that magnet or whatever, that's the key one. And like I said, the aiming high, and just aim higher. But one thing is make sure you won't be just in selling data once. Yeah?
Yes.
And do not give up.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, so first, yeah, I think this is the second time since 2018. I was 2016. I was somewhere in there, and nearby somewhere there is a mountain like a hill called the Panda. Because I studied in one school called the Panda, so there is a mountain behind. That mountain, there is a history for this since German were here in Tanzania. So I think you have to go there because they have done that research since German were here in Tanzania, then came and then British came to colonize us. They abolished that business. They started again. China's also came. Nyerere, when they are building that this Tazara, Nyerere say, oh no, we are not selling this. But still up to now, they are doing research because if they are going to start mining this, it will be the 50th, I think, in the world. Yeah, and it's the biggest deposit after Brazil. So you have to go, there's a research people are there because I saw those minerals. They are there also, they mention about drones. Yeah. I want to add that.
Right, thank you very much.
So there's still a few of my young share good. You go and get some on
Kwanza niwapongeze kwa innovation nzuri, lakini pia nikatoa comment, sio swali, ni comment, sababu ukiangalia katika hizo rare minerals ambazo mention kuna nickel. Nickel ni one of the best au tunasema critical minerals katika kinachoendelea ulimwenguni sasa hivi. Kama unaona Ukraine, Russia, Israeli na kama hivyo, nickel ni moja ya minerals ambazo zinatumika katika space industry. Kwa hiyo it's very critical na ni madini ambayo yanahitajika sana, especially katika military industry. Lakini pia sijajua model yenu au innovation yenu inapima availability peke yake au inapima pia na quantity, kwa maana ya kupima najua kabisa hapa kuna gani na how deep ni imeenda. Ndio hicho
Sisi pia target yetu kubwa, ndio maana tunasema tunataka kufanya mtu awe na uhakika wa anacho invest. Kwa hiyo tunahitaji kujua kabisa kwamba yapo na kwa kiwango gani, ili mtu akiwa anafanya investment pale kwamba kwenye kuchimba ile madini awe na uhakika wa kurudisha kile alichowekeza.
Asante sana. Kama tunatoa simu jamaa na kitu kama hivyo.
Asante sana.
Makofi mengi tafadhali. Tuache makofi ya kichoyo, tupige makofi mengi. Asante sana. Lakini pia ndio faida ya kuwa na watu kama kinapita hapa, wanakupa na some way forward, si ndio? Na nimefurahi pia kupokea comments kutoka kwa wengine hapa kujazilishia the innovations ambazo vijana wenzetu wamekuwa nazo, na actually inatia moyo sana kuona vijana wanakuwa na initiatives nzuri na kubwa zenye maono kurevolutionize kila sekta. Kuna sekta ya ChatGPT ya kibongobongo, kuna sekta ya minerals na zote hizi ni sekta ambazo zinakuwa, lakini pia ukiangalia kwenye minerals wakubwa sana wanaofanya sio makampuni ya Tanzania, si ndio? Wanaofanya wale giants sio Tanzania. Ukiangalia kina Anglo, kina Barrick, GGM, wote hao sio wote hao sio Tanzania. Kwa hiyo ukiona kuna kijana mwenye maono kama hayo inatia moyo. So there is a lot to be done, na sisi tuna wajibu wa kusupport na kuensure hilo linatokea. So mimi naomba tuwapigie presenters wetu ambao wamekuja kupresent, wapigie makofi mengi na mengi. Asante sana. Baada ya hapa, nani anaweza kukisia nini kinafuata? Kuna mtu nimpa kazi anyoshe mkono. Aha, okay, good. Tumpigie makofi. Anajua nini kinachofuata. So sawa, baada ya yule timekeeper wangu wa jana na juzi kutokuwepo leo, nika appoint timekeeper mwingine. Sasa amesahau kuonyesha mkono. Nimekuja kushtuka muda umeenda. Ndio maana nimekuja nikawa naita mic ilete pale. So ni time ya lunch, na ni time ambayo watu tulikuwa tunaisubiria kwa hamu sana.
So kuimba pia.
Leo tutaimba. Tumbe umeshaimba, tutaimba baada ya lunch. So tunaenda kupata lunch. Exactly, naomba sana tumie 35 minutes. Ndugu zetu wako online, tunaenda kwa ajili ya lunch, sisi tuko physical, lakini pia tunatamani na nyinyi mwende kwa ajili ya lunch. So tutarudi hapa exactly, tutaanza kushiriki na nyinyi saa 9 kamili. Lakini watu walioko physical saa 8:55 tuwepo humu ndani. Tafadhali Zefania, unatangaza? Yaani umekaa una shauku ya kuongea.
Maswali yaliulizwa kwa Neema, nafikiri Yaso from online, fikiri nadhani swali lako litajibiwa tukirudi. Thank you.
Sawa. Asanteni basi, naomba tutangulie, tuendeni kwa ajili ya lunch. Chap chap ili tuweze kurudi, tuweze kuenda siku yetu ya leo. Tumebakiwa na 3 more sections kama sio kusema. Changamke basi, changamke. Okay. Sasa watu wa online na sisi tumerudi. Tulikuwa tunapata lunch. Natumai na nyinyi pia mlikuwa mnapata lunch. Ila sijui tu tofauti wa lunch yetu na yenu, lakini yote ni lunch. So kuna mtu aliuliza swali la online, alikuwa ameuliza nani? Amemuuliza nani?
Bado kidogo hamjaisha.
Bado hamjamaliza lunch? Watu wa SUA mna moto. Suza, sio SUA. Suza wana moto, hawajamaliza lunch. Basi sawa, jongeni kwenye mahali mlipo mweze pia kula chakula cha kutoka hapo kwetu. So kuna mtu aliuliza swali la online. Let me try to see kama nitaliona. Kuna kama hili swali silioni. Nili? Hili hapa. Swali kwa Neema. Mimi naenda kusoma la chini ujue. Mambo haya. Sawa. Neema, tunakuomba hapa uje kutujibia swali letu. Swali kutoka SUA. Swali kwa Neema. Kwa nini Kibuti bot inachukua muda mrefu kurespond maswali, na pia ni taarifa gani inajikita nazo? Sijui nijibu segment ya kwanza. Kama nilikuwa niko attentive kusikiliza, ili sinaweza kujibu. Tajikaza mjue. Ngoja nimwachie Neema bwana. Kwa nini nichukue nafasi yake? Neema mjibu, karibu sana.
Fikiri, asante kwa swali lako zuri. So basically kwanza sijajua kwa your experience imekuwaje, lakini this is SMS, and as we know sometimes unatuma SMS haifiki and some stuff like that. Kama umeona maybe haujapata response, can you please resend your question? Then pia kuna these challenges we're encountering right now, kwa sababu kama hapo when you were using, you all used it at once, ndio? So according to TCRA and the regulations, watu wa fraud walivyofanya, kuna some algorithms za monitor like how many messages you're sending for a second. In 5 seconds that you're not supposed to send a certain amount of messages, and if you send a lot of messages at once, zinakuwa banned. Some they are not going kwa sababu they know ni fraud cases. Yeah. And yes, and na pia ni taarifa gani inajikita nazo? So Kibuti bot is basically for wanafunzi from secondary school to university level. So you can simply, because it's GPT, you can simply ask any kind of question. Yeah. I hope nimejibu swali lako Fikiri.
Sawa, asante kwa kujibu swali. Kuna mwingine hapa ameuliza swali, anasema kama kwa sasa, huyu ni nani? Deogratius Limo anasema kama kwa sasa, kuna watu wanaongea. Sawa, kama kwa sasa AI zinatengenezwa kwa wingi, na kutumika kwa wingi na kutumika vipi kwa kizazi, au mimi siwezi kusoma Kiswahili. Nisome hadi mwisho naweza nikaelewa. Sawa. Msicheke, Kiswahili kigumu. Kama kwa sasa AI zinatengenezwa kwa wingi na kutumika. Okay, sasa ngoja nishajibu. Kama kwa sasa AI zinatengenezwa kwa wingi na kutumika, vipi kwa kizazi kijacho? Wao watakuwaje creative wakati watatumia AI kupata kila kitu watakachohitaji? Je, hapo hamuoni kama critical thinking inakuwa limited? Hili swali sijui ameulizwa nani. Ni la kwangu MC. Sawa. Douglas. Yeah. Aishajibu. Utajibu sawa. Nakushukuru sana kwa kuniokoa, manake watu kwa shalikezea mimi. Lakini kiuhalisia mimi sidhani kama nina shida. Hakuna shida. Nashukuru sana. Karibu hapa. Mleza.
Yani kama anaweza kutumia Google search. It was the same thing na Google search. Watu wanasema Google search. Sasa watu watakuwa na kila kitu wanaona. Sasa hivi sio na search Google rafiki yangu. Si wangekataza huko kwenye my university na nini. So those people ambao wanasema watu hatakuwa creative, you're mistaken. My 10-year-old uses Midjourney kutengeneza avatar zake za communicate na game. Midjourney is that AI that you put text and it does images. Kwa hiyo to say that itatoa creativity, that's the same thing to think that Google took away creative thinking. Google search. It didn't. It made things faster and easier. Asante.
Asante sana, makofi tafadhali kwa. Mimi sitaongezea sana, lakini nadhani kuna muda na sisi tuache uoga cha kwanza, lakini tusifikirie tu kama zamani. Yaani zamani kuna aina fulani ya technology au advancement ya IT ilikuwa haipo kabisa, si ndio? Lakini sasa hivi ipo na sisi tunaendelea kuishi na more innovations zinaendelea kutokea kadri siku zinavyoendelea mbele. Hatuwezi tukaendelea kubaki stagnant without kuendelea kukosa mbele. Kwa hiyo mimi sidhani kama ina shida. Cha msingi ni wewe na generation ambayo unayoitazamia ya kwako wewe na adapt vipi kwenye new technologies na una move ku improve your skills zaidi na zaidi. Usikubali kuendelea kuwa na skills ambazo zimeshapitwa na wakati. Trust me, utabakia pia kulaumu AI na other technologies kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe unataka kuwa updated. So asante sana, nipigie na mimi makofi. So kwa nafasi ya kipekee tunaendelea na watu ambao they are using AI kwenye ku bring up number of solutions. So I'd like to welcome Caleb Gwalugano from Salufi AI to aje atupe a brief of what they do and all that. Makofi tafadhali kwa Caleb. Karibu sana.
Yeah, ndo huyo hapa. Yeah. Yeah,
I've seen most of the report. Yes. Good.
Thank you.
My son is also colored.
The mini journey, the son. What a coincidence.
Good.
Thank you.
I've seen that code. Good.
Pleasure. I need to know your username. Okay, can you use this? Is this shared? So can people on Zoom see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me open a couple of tabs. Yeah, hi everyone. It's actually weird speaking on mic. Yeah, so my name is Kalebu. I'm a software developer. By profession, I'm a mechatronics engineer, but I'm a self-taught developer, but also I learn how to do what they call AI stuff, specifically on the NLP. Yeah, so I've been doing this quite a while, maybe 2-3 years in NLP, and so yeah, so I did a bunch of open source. But right now, what we're doing with AI is something called Sarufi. Anyone heard of Sarufi? Yeah, that's actually good. So what we're trying to do with Sarufi is build a developer-centric platform for developers to build this kind of chatbot for like African languages. Yeah. So the inspiration for this, I was doing a lot of open source, and then I was trying to like find a way to contribute because I was intentionally looking for an open source to contribute. So when I'm exploring around area of now dealing with language, there's a bunch of tooling for that. There's maybe NLTK, a lot of tooling for NLP. And then when I'm looking at them, there's not much support for this, like Swahili. Not even stop words. It's something very simple that you can actually add for people to now use the tooling to start developing all kind of application, but doesn't support. So, but there are over 100 million people speaking Swahili. And then where we're going is where now almost every part of our life is going to be digital way. And if we don't have tooling to make sure we have a good representation of our languages and culture, the digital learning is actually very dangerous because there's the next generation won't understand offline. It's all going to be online. So so that's why like a good inspiration. Initially, it wasn't starting. I didn't start to develop as an open source as a chatbot platform because the intentional idea was, okay, let me create something like a library that's going to be doing all kind of NLP tasks in Swahili. I scrapped a lot of like content in Swahili, like blogs, like all the content in Swahili, Meladiayo. Almost all the blogs, I had them on my scrapped ITV, Speedy, Mwananchi, scrapped most of the content, and then but then life got busy. I didn't manage to kind of finalize the idea, but another time, then the idea came back to me, and this time I had another revelation. So this revelation was, okay, let's try how about we make it sustainable in a way that we can building tooling, or at the same time as a business now trying to help developers to build chatbots. So that's what Sarufi came about. So right now is Sarufi is simply, you can say it's a no-code builder. So you don't need to code, you don't need to be an expert developer to use it. We support 2 workflow on Sarufi. There's one we call intent driven, which is mainly when you're building a chatbot, so simply a chatbot is a robot that talks but doesn't have a body, so it's like a software that you can talk to. And then I think there's Kibuti here talk about the chatbot on education. So what we're trying to do now is the approach to chatbots. There's a variety of like mechanisms like to build chatbot. So there's one called intent driven, which is a one based on classifier model, so text classifier. So think of any scenario. Let's say I want to build something like a chatbot for banking. So if you're going to use intent-driven model, the approach to that is going to be like, okay, in banking, what will people talk to this chatbot? So you can say, you can group by category. Let's say they're going to be asking about maybe a phone number. They're going to be asking about maybe refund, maybe asking about transfer money. So you take a big like a context of the bot, and then you divide into chunks, and these chunks you call them context, and then in a tech language you call them intent. So the approach to this, where we're using AI in intent driven, is that you'll be allowed to kind of add this like training data for this context, and then also maybe there's also like some sort of flow. And then automatically we will be training the classifier model, deploying it, and also incorporating it when you chat with the bot. So something like here, maybe like on a website, something like this. So if I say hi, it knows it's just a basically hi message, and then it's gonna, I don't know if I can zoom so you can see. So if I say hi, it knows this, I'm talking about hi. So if I say something different, like, okay, Sarufi, sorry. Sarufi, let me say something like this. So automatically the way to respond to this, basically, no, don't be confused. I'm talking about what? No, doesn't. All it knows is this keyword sarufi ni nini, it belongs to a particular context, and this particular context the way I respond to it is by sending an image and giving this context. So this is a way but we can use for it's a traditional way of building chatbots, but it's very very applicable if you're trying to build something like something like a book, like a payment, schedule an appointment. Yeah, so something like, so if I ask something like, okay, mpo wapi, all of this maybe might use the intent mode, ambayo they don't understand what it actually is, they just know the class. Yeah, so I think the keyword is a bit strange. So something interesting is Sarupi, the way we made it, we support the workflow. So this response we're seeing here does not come from a flow, it comes from ChatGPT, it's like LLM. So we've made in a way that if I ask something and then the first model comes where the intent-driven, it's trying to find a context where does this text belong. So if the confidence is so low, you say, okay, let me now use LLM to find a response for it. So that what happened here, that more happy didn't find it. So if I say something like for again more for happy, something proper. Hey, when it comes to API, again, it's slightly confusing. So intent, they're very dry, they're very limited. So it means even if you want to the intent to be deploy something like this, you need to introduce all kind of grammatical errors intentionally, training data so that it can pick up when the customer asks. So again, it's triggered the LLM. So I want something like maybe for, I think the keyboard is different. Hey, no, it's autocorrect. Yeah, I thought I typed it. Yeah, you see, this was very fast, and then it's very good programming response. So this comes from a context. If you ask like something like, okay, let me say, where is your office? So I'll show you how you do this. Is actually quite simple. Yeah. So this again is using an LLM. So if you're using an interview delay, okay, there's an LLM involved. Gain context information. So basically, maybe they will feed it into the data. But the second approach which you support is using LLM. So we support a third party. So you can do something that is using the same capability as ChatGPT 3.5. You can use GPT-4. But now, instead of having something general as ChatGPT, you can add your own knowledge base to it. So you can add a PDF, you can add an audio. We're going to transcribe it automatically and then feed it to like a vector index. You're going to add PDF, yeah, so a bunch of it, and then this is just basically showing the intent-driven way, add intent flow. We support, you can add media to it, you can put language whatever you want, and also, yeah, so we have an SDK for Python, PHP, and Golang. And the good thing is that once you build your bot once with Sarupi, we can deploy to multiple platforms. Yeah, I think enough talks. Let me just showcase, okay, now how do you do it? The architecture maybe a bit. So maybe I can talk a bit about an architecture. So this is just a simple, simplified architecture of how Sarupi works. This was a very first draft. So if you look at this diagram, if it's visible, this is main user interface. It could be WhatsApp, it could be Telegram, it could be anything. It could be a website chat bar. And then it comes to an NLU model. NLU model now, that's where it's just a simple classifier. So basically, for every bot that you're going to create using this approach of intent-driven, we're going to train it is individual model for that. And then we're going to store it in the model registry where now we have a bunch of models for different bots. And as you update your bot with more data, the more creative it can come. And there's a dialogue now to manage the response. Yeah, and maybe trigger this one dev stuff. I don't know if I'll miss the details. Let me just maybe, yeah. So, but also we can come to GitHub. We stood up. Yeah, no worries. So let me just show you maybe a couple of now how can you get started with Sarupi. Maybe something else to mention. Maybe this. So we have something called Sarupi Playground. So mainly Sarupi Playground is okay. Once you build your bot, before you think of maybe I want to deploy to Telegram or WhatsApp, before you do that, you can use Playground to kind of test it and maybe share it for friends, collect feedback or initial data. So if you're using intent-driven, sometimes you don't have the initial data. Let's say it's a bank, they don't have the data, maybe they're not collecting, maybe not in the format you want. So what you can do initially, you can deploy like a early version of your bot, and then maybe on playground, and then you can collect the data. Okay, how would you ask about the bank? So you can collect those questions, then use them to feed the AI, and then you would respond. So these are some of the bots. Yeah, this is on playground. So this is just our bots. Some example, maybe like this was, so you can come here when you show on the playground, you can come here and test your bot, like, okay, hi. So it's just a simple bot, like maybe it's about to send money. So I can say maybe nataka tumaela. So you can say this is people can give you this data. So this nataka tumaela is actually very useful data for you now to know, okay, this is how people ask questions. Because using it, what's happening? Is it the system? You know, take them always failing presentation. Always, yeah, I don't know what is happening here. I'm not gonna wait, maybe try something else. But basically also we have Sarufi community. So in community now, we don't just build our bot. So you see, this is even people. You see, this is Alexi building bot for education. This is Quad Enterprise bot AI. This is Mendoza. So the different people building different bots with RLM. So we have over 2,000 bots on our platform, and over 1,000 developers, mostly in Tanzania and a couple in South Africa and Kenya. Yeah, so let me just try to log in some account I have. Or you know, I can try. So maybe if you are very first time, maybe if I can try using the Google by this account, if they have accounts. If they don't, I will just use my. So let's say, let me try this Stephanie. I'm going to create an account. So here right now, I don't have an account. You should create an account. So you can expect it to load in here. Okay, so you see there's a dashboard now here. So I can go to the dashboard. Yeah, so Stephanie already has like a bot here. So if you don't have a bot, you can just come here and create a bot. And then what's going to happen here is from scratch is the one using intent-based approach. This is another side is using knowledge base. So maybe to start by something simple is knowledge base. So I can come to the knowledge base part, can give it a name. Let's say you're building an Emai Conference chatbot. Maybe you can answer any question about Emai Conference. My conference, and then yeah, maybe industry, whatever. Consulting, whatever language. It doesn't matter if you're using LLM, because you can prompt to support multiple languages, so you can create your bot. The most important thing is the language. So right here is just now your little canvas. That's what you're gonna be doing all here. So it's very simple. The interface, just let me just zoom a bit. So right here is where you can add. Okay, if you have a PDF about MI, if you have a docs, if you have like a maybe TXT or CSV or Excel, you can upload it here, and automatically it will be able to use it to respond automatically. So it can be in English, in Swahili, doesn't matter. And also you can use a link. So you don't have to download the document. You say you can use a link, you can put a link here, and then automatically you're gonna fetch the knowledge from the link and then use it as a knowledge base. You can, this stuff you can edit a prompt. A prompt is, I know you know what prompt is by now, because you had some session of LLM. So basically you're gonna tell, okay, this is I want you're gonna be only creator now. Okay, I want you to be this kind of chatbot, can do all kind of this. Don't forget the max token, but template is more about creativity now of the bot. So if I want it to be more like creative response, I can put high temperature. If I want to be very conservative, maybe in healthcare, you can put low temperature. Yeah, so that's gonna put a prompt. You are gonna do creation, and then you're going to choose models you want, maybe 3.5, or you're going to use, we support even GPT-4. Yeah, so we're also planning to support like open source like Falcon and Llama 2. You can add memory if you want. And I'll show you a glimpse of upcoming update where now we'll be supporting tools. So you'll be able to link with search engine if you want. So if you want to say, okay, I'm adding a tool to search engine. So if I want you to fetch a response from search engine, you can also integrate that. So right now, like, okay, let's now talk. So let's say this is my bot. For right now, it's very blank. It's just general, doesn't have anything. So if I come here to my bot, it's just very general. So if I click here, I'm gonna say maybe hi. yeah, it can't even fetch a response. So let me just try to, it's very blank. So let me just do a couple of edits. Let's say, let's give it a prompt. Let's say, it's okay. You are an Emai Conference chatbot. You are very informative, creative, and yeah, with task skills to help the users any question. So I'm just putting my prompts regarding yeah, maybe my conference. Your name is very nice chatbot. Yeah. So like that, and then we can say temperature maybe like 0.5. We can like the model is, I think it's far. You can use VT4 if you want, but you can give it a memory. It says never, and then you're gonna save it. So right now we're just using prompt, and like maybe there's no knowledge you're giving, so it's just very basic. So let's try if it's gonna work. Okay, here we go. Hi. So let's see if yeah. So here. So hello, thank you for kind words. I'm here to assist you in any question regarding the email. Email. Did I say email? Yes, I said email. Okay, that was okay. Yeah, but you're supposed to say Emai Conference, right? But it's already here. So if I can ask, okay, what's your name? So right now, this bot you can deploy it on WhatsApp, on Telegram, on Messenger, with no hassle, and you already like then we can now, okay, how can you put now knowledge base? Okay, it's still saying it's OpenAI mode. Okay, too bad. So if you saw something like this, it's mostly like about your prompt. It's never. So you need to be very maybe say, okay, your name is you said your name is so you can update a prompt. Yeah. So most likely the response is driven by prompt, your prompt, and also if you're using a knowledge base, it's also very influential on your bot. So right now it's still tied to this OpenAI model. So like, okay, let's try to brainwash it a bit. Yeah. So okay, what can we change? Prompt engineers, are you getting something out of this? Yeah. So what can we change here to make sure that it remembers its name, but now it can't remember saying something from OpenAI? Maybe let's put it strict. You must not change your name unless comes. Yeah, let's do something like that. Your name is very nice chatbot, and very nice. So maybe you can use it like the limit, like maybe to emphasize, okay, this is your name, and must not change under any circumstance. So yeah, so let's try to now update self. And now like we can try again. Okay. Hi. What's your name? Okay. Okay, let's see if he's able to pick up his name now. Okay. Not yet. What's your name? It's your real name. Given to you. So this is a career, guys, like it's a role, like prompt engineer, so if yeah, you see, it's very weird. So the name is just acting, like, okay, It says you can also call me wellness chatbot. But I said your name is, yeah. I don't know what they put in constraint, but yeah. So right now it's just if I ask you maybe where is Emai, what is Emai Conference? What is Emai? It's email again. Autocorrect. What is Emai Conference? He doesn't know, but then because how can it know? Because we didn't feed it. So we can decide, okay, let's say, okay, we're trying to add like maybe about Emai, let's feed it knowledge. So the simplest we can do, I think, here is yes, it won't be able to answer. Let's wait the response, but we can go to Emai. Yeah, this site. So right here, what we have on this page, we have about Emai, an event, workshop, speakers. Yeah, but we have some writing here. So it's actually the AI can scrap from this. So what we can do is just oh my God, how do I copy a link? How do here? I want to copy this link. The Zoom is like the blending out there. Yeah. How you need to move this this Zoom stuff. We can move this okay, this Zoom thing. Yeah. Then click there. Yeah. Put it down and then I click here. Command A, Command C, and then we get back to where is Aruf? Okay, no worry, I think I got it here. Yeah. So you see, this is called hallucination. So you see, we didn't tell it about Emai, but now it's trying to like prompt. It's saying email again. You see, it's like it's trying to spit out words. And I don't like the response is wrong. So we can tell it, okay, your response must be very short and clear so that we don't wait for so long for you to respond. So all of this can do like right on Sarufi. First of all, we can copy the link for Emai. So what we can do here is, okay, let's revisit our okay, there's another type is called email. That's why it's like kind of mispronunciation. Okay, your name is Chatbot. Okay, and then what we could do now is again is, okay, let's add in the knowledge base. We can put a link here. Control V for Emai Conference. So I'm expecting it to go to Emai Conference, scrap the knowledge base, and then now if I ask something about Emai, should know, So either like PDF or Nini, whatever could work. So yeah, so I'm just adding an Emai link, and then I'm expecting, hey, go pick something from Emai and then tell me what do you think. Yeah, so here we go. It shouldn't be this low. Yeah, I think here we go. We can also like experiment multiple mode, which one works for you. Let's put the high creativity. So the only trade-off is high, like if you put temperature too high, the chance of hallucination is high. So hallucination is when you model your intent something and then it's just spit out from air. Yeah, to make up fact, it can tell you anything and the answer is so convincing, just come, we can tell the difference, Yeah, so it's very like, so one of the best we can fight is using so the best way, like Saivi so far, I think, to fight the hallucination is to use context, and then to prompt the model to based on the context. Okay, I give you a context specific of the knowledge base, maybe based on this like maybe like now a link only fetch from this. If it's out of this context, don't answer the question. Yeah, so let's put 8 and then